What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Brawl Masters. We're heading into the third European qualifier, which means technically it's the final normal qualifier, but there is another qualifier. We'll get into that in a second. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Teddy, as always, as we head into our third qualifier. Teddy, how you doing, man? Because our leaderboard is starting to get fairly polarized at this point.
I'm doing fantastic, Munch, and I'm super excited about today's matches. This is going to already show some of the teams that will qualify for the playoffs, depending on the results we end up having today. And as you said, next week we will still have a last chance qualifier with straight up a spot on the line for the winner. So that's going to be really exciting. And Munch, I think we have our first match already announced.
Yeah, we're going to go into Spot Herder versus Vegas. Let's quickly explain the format for anyone that hasn't seen the format previously, so we can explain what on earth is going on here. If this is the first time you tune in to Brawl Masters, first off, welcome. Second off, this is how it's working. As we mentioned, 3 open qualifiers. Anybody can join these tournaments. If you guys have been missing out, get involved on the Discord. It's discord.gg/Brawl Masters. There are 64 teams. We're playing best of 3. We've got a draft mode that we'll explain in a bit. The top 8 get points onto the leaderboard. We're in the third open qualifier right now. But importantly, as we're moving through, people are playing for those leaderboard points to get to playoffs, but also there's a prize pool for each and every single one of these qualifiers, Teddy.
Yes, exactly. So we have $500 prize pool for every qualifier, but next week was the last chance qualifiers. There won't be any prize pool, but a spot directly to the finals. And you can see the prize pool divided right here for the 3 qualifiers. $250 for the first place, $150 for second place, and then $50 for third and fourth place. And if a team happens to qualify for the playoffs, they can play for up to $500 to grab. I mean, that's pretty massive prize pool, Munch.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the big chunk of change that everyone's going to be playing for right there. And for each of the qualifiers, you can get half of that playoffs prize pool as well. So if you could win all 3 of the qualifiers, you actually end up making a good chunk of change for yourself there as well. So we'll see who's going to get the lion's share of that one once we get to playoffs. But importantly, this is what's happening today, the third open qualifier. As we mentioned, the 64 teams, it's a single elimination bracket. So you lose your best of 3, you are out of the running. That's as far as you get. So a lot of work ahead of some of these teams, especially if you get a bit of an unlucky bracket. Like if you end up with Tribe in your first round, that's going to be a tough bracket for you. But importantly, draft mode is in play. And that's where everything changes up, because we'll quickly explain to everyone what draft mode is and why that matters here in Brawl Masters, because it's not just a draft in terms of picking your brawlers, it's also in terms of picking and banning game modes and maps as well.
Yes, exactly. An extra element of strategy teams can bring in by choosing what game modes and maps they want to play, which ones they don't want to play. And then obviously in the third stage, they can choose the banned brawler to have that extra influence on the match.
Yeah, and importantly, you get to ban the brawler once you know what maps you're playing on as well. So if you know your opponent well, if you've done your research and you know how they like to play, let's say it's a long-range map, you can specifically target ban a brawler that you know that your opponent's going to be relying on in that style of game. So we'll see if any of those kinds of shenanigans come out today. Tribe, definitely the team that have stood out the most for really using and abusing the draft system, but we'll see if that continues, because certainly there is space for things to change across the course of today. This is the third qualifier, so we've only seen 2 days of gameplay so far here in Brawl Masters Europe. And whether or not that continues to be the trends, we'll have to wait and see. But I do, just before we jump into this first game, I want to have a quick look at our leaderboard so we can explain who the favorites have been, who our all-star teams have been across the course of the last couple of days. Because, I mean, very clearly, Tribe Gaming know what they're doing right here, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to place first for the 2 first weeks of the qualifiers, which is as impressive as it gets. They can't have better results so far. Obviously, we still have today's qualifier as well as next week to potentially have some changes, but Tribe, it's looking like they are already going to the playoffs as they have gotten enough points. On the other hand, everything is still up for grabs with Makers, SK Gaming, Spot Harder, Outsiders, Russian Elite, S2V, and Outplayed all within the range of 6 points maximum between each other. So a lot of possible outcomes on at the end of the day. And today is definitely going to be very decisive regarding who's going to be going to the playoffs.
Yeah, huge amount on the line for these teams. And with that said, let's get this tournament underway, because I know you guys at home, you just want to see some gameplay. You just want us to kick everything off. You can see the draft is already well and truly done with. Hot Zone's been banned, as is Heist and Siege. And you can see that our 3 maps have been selected. We've got Gemgrad on Minecart Madness. Then we've got Brawl Ball for the second game on Triple Dribble. And then if we do go to a third game, it'll be Bounty on Canal Grande.
Yes, we have our brawler bans as well. That's going to be Colette and Jean. I mean, I think it's 2 bans we've seen quite consistently across the 2 first qualifiers. We talked about it before, especially for Jean, the kind of brawler that doesn't get banned too much, but gets used a lot. But with this specific format, you can actually ban him quite comfortably if you end up, having maps where he is strong. And if you look at Minecart Madness, Triple Dribble, Canal Grande, maps where he all does at least decently, if he doesn't excel in Triple Dribble, for example. So I think this is a really smart ban here coming in from Vegas, and I'm excited to see what those 2 teams can bring on the table in this first match of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much Jean has kind of risen in priority as a ban, because I feel like the first qualifier, there was like maybe 2 Jean bans the whole day that we saw on stream. Then the second qualifier, it was like every other game was Jean banned. I'm curious if that continues to rise over the course of today, whether this just happens to be an anomaly. We'll have to wait and see. I do feel like we are kind of slowly but surely discovering a bit of a meta within Brawl Masters, that certain bans happen to be the specific bans. And certainly there are certain teams that really like to ban the same brawler every single series. So we'll see if that is going to be a theme here for Spot Harder and Vegas. And I do just want to quickly mention as well, Spot Harder, this is Zero Zone / Legends Never Die / now Spot Harder. They apparently like to change their name every single week, keep it fresh. They're gonna keep things new. Maybe it's a way of making it so their opponent doesn't quite know who to scout.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. They might be switching orgs as well, because I know Zero Zone is quite a well-known org in Brawl Stars, and I'm guessing they dropped the lineup. So yeah, I'm not really sure what's gonna happen for them, but their performance within the Brawl Masters is gonna be very important into the process of looking for a new organization to represent. But Munch, we are already getting started.
We are, and I have to say, strong use of emojis coming out here from Spot Harder already when it comes to the names in game. But that's not enough to get yourself a lead, because it's Vegas right now with 2 gems to 1. But generally speaking, the first couple of minutes or the first couple of little firefights aren't going to set the game up too much. It's about when we see some of the big pushes coming on through. You can see the Pam trying to step forward, trying to regain some ground, but it's not going to work out when the Brock's losing the 1v1.
No, absolutely. We have some pretty interesting stuff regarding the comps, as Brock would definitely not be a meta pick in general. His new gadget enables him to destroy walls, as you just can see there. Destroying cover for Adri. Lalyu low HP. The dive from Adri is going to find a good kill there.
Yeah, nicely done there by Adri to close the gap and just get some damage done. Buy some space for his team. In goes Pam, but it's not going to work out. 1v3 right there. And suddenly it feels like Spot Harder taking complete control of the middle of the map. 48 HP. Doc just about gets out with his life. Teammate not so lucky.
Yeah, that's the thing with this new gadget. Not only does it enable him to destroy walls without his super, he actually deals double damage, which is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of damage you can deal. He does fall down to Lalyu, and that means that Vegas, they have some pretty decent control right now.
Good little snipe there from Dark, but it's going to be answered by Adri, who's stepping on forward. 7 gems on Lalyu. Does go down, but picked up by Pam. Kagamu on the scene, and he's going to be able to sweep up the gems. So we are 8-8. This is a close one to start off the day.
Yeah, definitely a slight lead in favor of Spot Harder. But now that Vegas has reached the 8 gems point, that means that they can cancel this first countdown by finding the next 2 gems that spawn. Let's see if it is gonna happen for them. It's looking like they will. They're not really contested in the middle area right now, meaning that Vegas is able to cancel the countdown. And now they might even get the lead as they keep control for now.
There it is. So countdown now for Vegas. And we've got a stalemate on our hands to start the day off. Both teams just tiptoeing around, trying to make sure that the opponent can't get the countdown going, can't actually finish the game off. But as I said, stalemate on the scene. 9 gems go down. Layu, the one to grab them up, but he's only got 1,000 HP to work with right now. A couple of rockets hitting might just finish this one off. Dark, the only man standing for Vegas as he finally gets some reinforcements moving in. Will be able to pick up the gems and stop the countdown. It will now be turning around in favor of Vegas. They're the ones with 13 gems. They're getting the countdown going. Adri needs to grab another gem here, but they will be able to do it. And my goodness, this is about as close as it's possible to get.
Yeah, this is a really close start. Both teams giving everything they have with that first game of the first set. Countdown going the way of Vegas, but they lose a player once again. They will get the next gem, and I don't think there's going to be enough spawning anymore. Indeed, there's only a maximum of 29 gems that can spawn, meaning that Spot Harder, they need to find the kills here to stop the countdown. Laoyu goes down. That's going to be enough to buy some more time, but they need to go back and fall back to their base with those gems. They're not able to do that just yet, Munch.
Still 15 gems on the side of Vegas. Something's got to happen. Adri's got to get in there. Frustrated's got to find a snipe. Dark taken low. Will survive for now. 3 seconds left. It looks like they're going to be able to survive on it. Spot Harder, not aggressive enough. Vegas take the first map.
Oh, that was a close one, wasn't it? But Vegas barely able to make up the difference in the end. And yeah, I think the big problem here for Spot Harder was that 29th gem went the way of Vegas, which means that their only way to cancel the countdown was to get the kills. No other way around it. And once you play that safely in your spawn, holding those 15 gems, especially on something like a PAM, it's really hard to take you down.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like this was kind of, to an extent, like the way that these compositions matched up with a Piper and a Brock on both teams, it's like you can't ever close that gap. The second you step out onto the open, there's so much DPS just blasted at you. So it felt like a full stalemate the whole time, just trying to poke at each other, trying to find snipes if they could. And then, as you rightly say, because that 29th gem did go the way of Vegas, they can just retreat at that point. They can just force Spot Harder to have to come and check into them. And as we said, as soon as that first person steps forward, they just get blown.
Yeah, I mean, what I think Vegas did really well here is to make sure they had control in that most crucial moment towards the end to make sure they would get that 29th gem. And Spot Harder, what they could have done differently maybe is to play a bit more aggressively, because at that point it was a bit do or die, you know. Sure, the gems are close, but there's none coming back, so they could just pick them up.
Yeah, it's kind of like, sure, I know you don't want to die, but you're gonna lose the game, so maybe dying and losing the game is better than not doing anything and losing the game. But who am I to say? We'll have to see what they can do here in game number 2. Almost a one-shot right there onto Dark. He will survive for now. Just mean that his teammate is left out to dry. And Adri swapped over to the PAM now, deciding the Surge wasn't the play, and they're going to be mirroring compositions.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good response. This Brock meta coming in with that new gadget is very new. Brock has always been a really decent and versatile brawler, but Gem Grab was never his game mode, and seeing him here is really interesting. And I'm wondering if this is just because of this map, because of the destruction possibilities and how strong it is here, or if it's just going to be played on many other Gem Grab maps.
It does feel like the gadgets have been defining the meta in BrawlMSTRS. When we saw B coming in because of gadget, now we're seeing Brock a lot more in Gem Grab because of his new gadget. So definitely seems to be the teams that are most aware of what's going on in the game right now are the ones finding advantages. And Spot Harder now will be able to sweep up all of these gems. It's 8-3, a lot more one-sided than the first game of this series was. Spot Harder are in a position where if they can just get 2 more gems, they could be winning. But as I say that, it's all fallen apart. It's all gone a little bit pear-shaped here for the side of Spot Harder. And suddenly it's Vegas with a massive lead.
Yeah, Vegas looking pretty good here. Somehow managed to shut down that early lead from Spot Harder, but it is pretty close right now. Only a 1 gem difference. Adri taking quite a bit of damage. He's gonna go down to Kagamu. Frustrator. He needs to get that impact you expect from a Piper. You're gonna get a good shot onto Kagamu. Not enough to find the kill, but Eric is there to take down Dark. And Lalyu's gonna fall as well. Spot harder. They're gonna get that first countdown.
It is on 8 for the side of Vegas, though, so they would be able to stop the countdown with another gem. It's all about Kagamu being able to escape from this one, not drop those 9. Stops the countdown at very least. And actually, they're going to reset. Adri, the one to try and sweep these ones up, but he falls down as well. That might just be enough because 2 of those gems have been stolen by Dark. Gets sniped out, though. Eric on the scene with the Brock, making it work for his team.
That was very, very close, but Eric managed to find those kills, which is going to buy some extra time, but Lalyu and Kagamu getting a ton of damage, 3 kills going the way of Vegas, and it's looking like they will close down this first set as Spot Harder just can't quite take back that control.
Yeah, and wow, what a surprising way to start the day as well. Vegas really coming in swinging in our first map of the day, because Spot Harder, this is a team that have been a consistent team on the stream. They've been consistently making it to the top 8 of these tournaments, even further sometimes. And to see them really struggling against the likes of Vegas, this is a team I haven't seen on the stream before. And I'm excited for what Vegas have in store for us on Brawl Ball as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that those matches were really, really close. But both games we watched could really have gone either way. But on the other hand, Vegas played it really well. Like, they're not playing against some random team, right? You saw that all their attempts didn't always work out and everything wasn't going their way. But the important stuff they managed to pull off and take that lead. So honestly, I think it's fully deserved, even though it was close and some slight adjustments on both ends could have given a very different result.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, Vegas impressing me so far, especially with when it came to that second game. So much of that game was down to the last 30 seconds where we saw them trading killing blows, but the positioning was excellent, especially the Pam stepping on forwards when needed, but not over pushing for it, not grabbing too many gems, just grabbing enough that they forced an answer from Spot Harder. They forced Spot Harder to have to respond to the play, and being able to do that consistently, it shows a level of restraint that sometimes we don't necessarily see from all of the teams in BrawlMasters. So I'm impressed by the way that they not just played the game mechanically, but the way that they're clearly thinking about the game and strategizing during these rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I think both teams were playing it very classic, like very traditional, not really taking big risks, going for crazy comps, nothing like that. And somehow Vegas just managed to apply their strategy slightly better, because the comps in the last game were exactly the same, and in the first one were very close as well. So it's really been just a slightly better execution from Vegas. Some plays going their way, some fights that they won that were very important, and that's the thing. In my opinion, they just won the important fights more often than Spot Harder, even though probably the kill feed was like very close. The kill count for both teams must have been really, really close. It's just those important kills that gave them gems, that gave them extra space, really made a difference here.
That's the thing. This ain't bounty. It's not about how many kills you can get. It's about whether you can kill at the crucial moment, whether you can get the all-important kills. And so as we kick off Brawl Ball, it's looking like we are going to have a mirror match once again when it comes to these compositions. Andrew gets the first kill, but he goes down as well. Surge stepping on forwards. Frustrator nearly finds the first goal of the game very early on. That's a nice kill as well from Eric to make sure that Vegas can't leave the base, but he can only control one half of the map, so they're past the halfway line once again.
Yeah, I really like that new B gadget. I mean, it's definitely too strong, but it is a lot of fun to watch. And Lalyu is gonna be taking quite a bit of damage here. He does have that TP possibility, but he goes down before he can use it. Frustrator somehow manages to dodge that B gadget. Adri gonna try to walk it in. It's gonna work out. Spot Harder.
I kind of can't believe he got away with that. There were still 2 people up. He just sort of strolled on in for it. So unlucky on that one from Vegas. And now they've lost control once again at the start of this round. Frustrator blinking forwards. He might just walk it home, but he'll be blocked at the last second there. But 2 kills for 1. You're still going to be happy with that one. Control very much in favor of Spot Harder to start off the round.
Yeah, Lalyu once again trying to take whatever he can on that right lane, but he is struggling. His teammates are falling. Adri does take a lot of damage, but Dark is just not able to stop Frustrator and Spot Harder. They take the first game of Brawl Ball.
I think Spot Harder might have taken Gem Grab a little bit personally here, Teddy. I don't think that this was just let's have a nice clean game. I think this was Spot Harder like, all right, nobody takes Gem Grab 2-0 against us. Nobody wins out the aim duels like that against us. It's time to show them what we're made of. They walked those in. They dominated the 1v1s. I mean, what more can you even say about that one? Vegas, they look like headless chickens running around in that one.
Yeah, it looked very like they were confused and weren't too sure where to go, what to do. And this is pretty weird considering they had mirror comms, right? So it's not like they had a natural advantage from having stronger brawlers or counters or anything like that. It was just Spot Harder playing at a higher level in that game, but they're looking to do something similar once again here. Adri gonna go for the gadget, will find the kill on Dark. Ooh, that was an important one. Frustrator was the goal.
This is just, I feel like all this is Adri is just playing distraction. He's like trying to win out duels, and everyone has to focus on what Adri's doing or he'll kill them all. In the meantime, Frustrator is just like, all right, well, you guys are looking at Adri. I'm going to go score a goal. It seems to be the consistent strategy here. Frustrator will go down, but it's still 2 men strong. Lalyu with a nice blink to save the day there.
That was a close save, but also a good prediction. And it is going to pay off, buying some more time for Vegas to perhaps find a goal of their own. But Frustrator was a great kill. He should be able to walk it in, but he shoots it straight into Lalyu. He's low HP as well. Dark finds a second kill. And somehow Vegas, they managed to defend this. But they need more than defense at this point.
Yeah, it was so close to beautiful, but I think if he just held onto the ball and just walked it, he actually had the goal there, but goes for the shot, kicks it into the feet of Vegas. And it means now it is still 1-0, both in maps here and in terms of the goals on this map as well. 50 seconds on the clock. We'll see if Spot Harder can regain control of the map. It does feel like they're starting to win out these duels, although Eric is getting pretty low as well. Lalyu steps forward, gets 1 kill, but it's traded back and forth here. Dark uses the gadget, but he's taken down by Adri with just a normal attack anyway. And now Lalyu finds himself alone, taken on down, so he loses a rank or 2 as well. And now we're in this situation once again where it's Vegas with their backs against the ropes. There's already a goal on the board to Spot Harder. All they have to do is maintain control.
Yeah, they only need to survive for 12 more seconds without taking a goal. And that means that Vegas, they need to go very aggressively now. It's their last chance, but with 5 seconds left, I don't see this happening, man. And Spot Harder, they managed to tie things up in the sets as they take down Brawl Ball.
Yeah, so we've had two best of 3 so far here. We had the Gem Grab best of 3, where the first game was literally as close as they can get realistically. We had the whole 29 gems in play, like really, really close. Second game, Vegas pretty comfortably won, I would say. It was like a bit of a stalemate, but then Vegas went out the fights and they take the map 2-0, right? Then we get on to Brawl Ball, and Spot Harder just waltzed through this, basically. Just all 3 goals that they got was so clean, so comfortable from them. And then we saw, obviously, they didn't manage to get a 4th goal, but that's fine. All you have to do is play for time at that point. So now, this is where it gets interesting, because we're going on to Bounty. And if there's one thing these 2 teams have been incredibly close at on both of these maps, it's when it comes to these fights, who can make that clutch play? And Bounty is where that is just times by a million. That is so valuable in this game mode. I feel like this is a perfect matchup for it.
Exactly. I mean, what I find surprising is that Brawl Ball and Gem Grab, in my opinion, are pretty similar game modes if you think about the skill set that they require and the type of play you expect from teams. And somehow Gem Grab and Brawl Ball were night and day for those 2 teams, where Vegas just looked like slightly better in Gem Grab, but got absolutely stomped by Spot Harder coming into the second set. And now we're going to move to Bounty, which in my opinion is very different to both game modes we had so far. So I'm really not sure what to expect. I think that Spot Harder with such a convincing win in Brawl Ball, and also maybe a bit more of an aggressive team, that could work out in Bounty, but that could also be an issue for them playing against Vegas that played it a bit more safe, a bit more conservative. And I have to say, Spot, they come in with momentum. They come in with the opportunity of reverse sweeping Vegas in this first match. We are getting started, Bunch.
We certainly are. You see Frustrator landing the first shot of the game. Lalu really wants to grab the middle star. It's going to be Dark to claim it, but he trades his own life for it. Definitely not worth it. So now Lalu finds himself alone for a second here. Needs some reinforcements, and they are on the way. But good start here for Spot Harder. They find themselves the advantage, and it does mean that Vegas are the ones that now have to answer. They're the ones that are going to have to push in and risk themselves moving in as well. Dark is incredibly low, so he's got to be cautious, which means Kagamu has kind of been left out to dry by his team here. He ends up going down to Fuster.
Yeah, once again, the Brock gadget coming at play. We've seen it already multiple times, but if you guys don't know, the shot breaks walls, but it also deals damage behind the wall for a small area, meaning that if someone is hiding right behind the wall, they will actually take full 3000 damage on that shot, which obviously is really hard for a Jackie because she has to stand right behind the wall.
It does, and you can find these situations where when someone thinks that they're safe, they think that they've got an advanced position. Brock can really punish those situations now. We did see a bit of a trade there, but ultimately it was Spot Harder that won the trade once again. And we were forced back. Dark incredibly low as well. Zadri now pushing forward pretty aggressively. Surge on surge action on the right of your screen, but there's a significant rank advantage in favor of Adri, which means Lalu definitely can't take this duel. I say that.
Oh, he goes for the TP, but Adri's gonna fall back, meaning there's just that extra range he doesn't have. Big difference between the second and the third stage regarding the rage for those duels. We have a push coming in from Vegas, their last chance, but Adri goes for the TP, plays aggressive. Dark with a big shot onto Adri, but there's no time.
And the kill on Adri wouldn't have been enough anyway. They would have had to get 2 kills there or take down Frustrator specifically. So in the end, Spot Harder, they're the ones to take the first map here. And I have to say, that was clean from Spot Harder. Like, we had some back and forths a little bit there. While the kill count wasn't high, the zone control that Spot Harder had, they just went, okay, we're taking the left of the map. This is our side of the map. There's nothing you can do about it. And Vegas, they didn't gain any of that ground literally until the last 15 seconds when Spot Harder just legged it and tried to play for time. So very, very difficult game there for Vegas. I'm impressed by Spot Harder being able to just completely control the area like that. And you have to wonder whether this Sprout pick was a big part of the issue here for Vegas, because it didn't feel like Vegas had much of a way of being able to push in against the Sprout and the Brock, just layering this damage out.
Yeah, I think that just losing that initial encounter, going for the mid-star, cost them a lot of control. And with the Jackie, it's just not easy to take back control once those walls have gone down. And Frustrator, he does it again. He's going to find the first kill. Second one goes the way of Eric. And Spot Harder, they start off with a 3-star lead here against Vegas.
Yeah, it was looking even better than that. And then Adri kind of just TP'd right into a shot. Not ideal, but there you go. That's life, isn't it, at the end of the day? Dark has been forced out of position, though. That is a beautiful little super coming out to keep him safe, to keep him in trouble there. Lalu as well. Oh, nice blink across the water. Gets out with his life. It's only going to be a 3-star lead, which means Frustrator or Eric going down would tie things up.
Yeah, that wall from Dark on the left lane is not only making sure that his opponents can only attack him from the right, it also destroys the bushes, meaning that now that the wall is gone, he still has information if someone is on that left side, making sure they can't hide for too long. Kagamu with a super gonna open up the map furthermore, but Dark gets jumped on by Adri. Adri finds that kill. He's actually Frustrator. And Eric finding 3 kills.
Oh, it might be over unless something magical can happen here for Vegas. This is feeling like there's nothing left in the tank. Lalu goes down as well. Well, they're on 3 times the score at this point, 21-7, 30 seconds on the clock. Gamu wants to move forward, but he can't. Blink from Lalyu, but just escape from Adri now, and the rank difference is just obscene between the two surges. And these rockets, Frustrator is just having a whale of a time on Brock. Apparently, this guy has been a secret Brock main the entire time. He was just waiting for the Brock meta to come into play because he has been flawless so far across the day. 5 seconds on the clock, and you already know that Spot Harder, they've got this game and the entire series in the bag.
Yeah, absolute flawless performance from Spot Harder in those last 2 sets. Sure, Gem Grab a bit of a stain if you look at their overall performance, but if you look at this match, honestly, from the first set, I would not at all have expected this kind of result.
No, when you look at Gem Grab, this is not how I expected this to go. This was pretty one-sided towards Spot Harder, with Gem Grab being so damn close the entire time. But especially Bounty and the first map of Brawl Ball as well. Very, very simple pickings here from the side of Spot Harder. So you do have to wonder a little bit, like, whether maybe Spot Harder just needed a bit of a warm-up coming into the series. Maybe that just was not their map on Gem Grab. You have to wonder a few things. But regardless, at the end of the day, it's Spot Harder that take the win. It's Zero Zone / Legends Never Die / Spot Harder that move on forwards. An impressive play so far to start off the day. So I'm excited to see what they can do in the round of 8. I do believe we're going to jump into a second round of 16 series. It's going to be Makers versus Blows, I believe is the next one that we're going to jump into today.
Yeah, I mean, both teams that have a bit of history around the top of the tier 2 teams. None of them really ever made it to tier 1, but they've been here in the community for a while. They've been competing for a while. And this is one of the larger events where they have a shot at making some money. I'm not sure about Blows in the leaderboards, but I thought Makers was quite high, maybe even 2nd place. We'll have to double check that if we get to the bracket again at some point. But yeah, I think Makers is at 2nd place with 16 points. So sure, they're 14 points behind Tribe, but they're still pretty comfortable here, especially as they are in the round of 16 here. They still have a good shot at getting further into this bracket this week and maybe already qualifying for the BrawlMSTRS playoffs. And that would be big for them because they are a recent org that does not have that history. The players have been there for a while, but not the organization. So yeah. I think it would be a huge start for them coming into Brawl Stars.
Yeah, it really would. And I think with the way that the leaderboard has panned out so far, you kind of just don't count Tribe in the equation. Like, they need 2 points and they guarantee themselves 1st place. So all you're looking for is 2nd or 3rd at this point. So being essentially tied for that position already is a really, really good place to start. But the draft is already done. We've got Sprout and Gene Band away here. We're going into Crystal Arcade to start things off with Gem Grab. Then we're going into some Bounty on Excel and then Heist as well on GG Mortuary. That last map will be extremely interesting if we do get there. But I will say, especially on Excel, I feel like Brock was already pretty decent on that map. Now with the new gadget, I don't see a situation where you could not pick Brock there.
Yeah, and even in GG Mortuary, the Brock gadget, opening up those walls can be a massive advantage, making sure that the tick behind the walls also gets 1 shot, I believe, by that gadget through a wall. That's ridiculous.
Scary.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see 2 Brocks in GG Mortuary and no ticks, which is not really something you'd expect in general. But that's the good thing with Brawl Stars. The meta constantly evolves, constantly new stuff going on, which sometimes gets a bit unbalanced. We'll have to see where that Brock gadget resides. It's been a bit early to judge, but it looked really impactful so far.
Well, the nice thing about Brawl Stars, at least in this tournament, is you can both run the same brawler, right? So even if a brawler is distinctly very strong, both sides have it. So it's not an actual issue. Anyway, we're into the game here. So we start things off on the arcade. It's going to be Makers against Blows. Makers obviously on the blue side start this one off, and that's a nice little start coming out from Blows. The first kill here. Mr. Nisso wants to step forward, wants to grab some gems for himself. Won't quite be able to do it as he just clears away the grass on the left side.
Exactly. Good teamwork there because Niso, he's the right lane player and he goes all the way to the left lane with his super to open up the map and make the encounter a bit easier for Stop Rob on that B. And with B, you definitely just want an open map. As open as possible, the better for sure. And there are quite a few gems in that middle area. Good kill from Niso. Alice is gonna go down as well. And that's going to be 8 gems already in favor of Makers.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Blows. I'm not going to sugarcoat it here. We're 9-0, another kill there. And it just feels like this is straight up team deathmatch. There happens to be some gems in play, but let's be honest, Makers right now, they're playing for kills. They're just annihilating each and every single player from Blows one by one. Mr. Linane already has the 10 gems he needs. He wants an 11th. He wants some bonus gems here. There's only so much he can do. Drops out some grenades as he blasts away to the skies, and Makers very quickly, very convincingly take the first map of their series.
Yeah, very convincing start. And you can see that Makers, they weren't just happy with taking the win. They wanted to absolutely destroy the morale from Blows. And I mean, I think it definitely must have taken a big hit because they were a bit... I don't want to say toxic, but they were like a bit much to handle for them in this first game. And that's the thing as well in Brawl Stars. Technically, the games are not connecting between each other, right? It's a fresh start every time. That's why if you really want to have that snowball effect, it's going to have to be on a mental side of things, on a psychological side of things. And I mean, Makers showing off, they're going for that path.
Yeah, it's just whether or not you can reset that mental. That's the big question a lot of the time. We'll have to wait and see. Honestly, that first game, though, made me feel like Makers, they're not really worried about this series. They're worried about sending a message to who they face in the round of 8. That's what that felt like to me. We'll see whether I'm counting the chickens before they've hatched, though. Nice little 1v1 coming out from Stop Rob there. And I'm feeling confident on the chicken count to start off with, as we've got 2 gems to 1. And that's a nice little shot from Mr. Linane to shut down any chance from Blows to grab some gems for themselves. Mr. P misses everything, unfortunately. It's Mr. Niso trying to move in to grab that gem. It's not going to be allowed for now, but Mr. P falls. Grenades come out as he escapes with his life.
Oh,
and well, what do you even say about that one? From downtown, Mr. Niso, he's cleaning things up.
Yeah, I mean, that gadget just... It is satisfying to watch, but I do feel the frustration on the other side of things, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot to take in, and so far, Makers, they look like they have the upper hand, and not a good kill coming through there from Lena. Oh, the rocket finds the kill on Lena! Overextending a bit there.
One-shot as well.
Exactly, one shot through the wall as well. And that means that now we have close to a countdown situation coming in for Blows. That is a small mistake that is going to cost them a lot.
Yeah, this is a big moment now for Blows. They've got to keep this ball rolling. 1 or 2 kills going Makers' way would flip the game once again. Makers with control of the middle of the map here. You got this B on 100 HP, totally alone against the whole squad, but does get 1 kill before going down here. Now LA steps forwards. Mr. P, Nicky trying to back him up as well, but Mr. Linane gets out. Now the gadget being used by the B on the right-hand side, but it's not quite going to be able to find targets. Aloes does, though. Can they finish anything off here? They just need 1 more gem to start the countdown. It's not quite going to happen. Mr. Linane finds the snipe. That's all of the gems onto the floor here. 1 more kill would do the job. They're going to grab 17 gems. Mr. Linane, it's daylight robbery.
Yeah, you could even see he did not stop that toxic behavior at all. They're just playing with the mental strength and health of Blows there. He literally overextended the entire time. 1 or 2 gems would have been enough. He just sat there with 7, waited until people started shooting at him before flying away. I mean, Lena just individually is an insane player. I've casted tournaments where he was just like constantly the MVP, like constantly throughout entire seasons of leagues. Every week he was the MVP because he's just that good. Obviously that brings it, a bit of ego, But I think at this point it's just, you know, fair game and fun stuff between teams, you know. And I think that makers are showing some really good strength today. They've had some good weeks, some less good weeks so far in the qualifiers, but I think they're looking to secure their spot this week.
Yeah, you could say that again. They did have one moment that went a little bit pear-shaped for them, but aside from that, as you say, Mr. Lennon looking pretty spectacular to start things off. His Piper is chef's kiss. Can he do it again on Heist? I would say yes, because I would also say Heist is pretty much Piper's best game mode. So it's feeling like a good start here for makers.
I think you're meaning Bounty, but the reason...
Sorry, Bounty, yeah. But I think the key thing to take away here is Blows, they've got no work cut out. Something's got to change coming into this next one, because I don't know. That's a difficult series to start off with, and Blows, they're really going to have to dig deep and figure out what went wrong in that first couple of games so that they can kind of mentally reset, so that they can come in feeling like they have a good chance in this second map.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking easy for sure for Blows here. I think that makers are a really good team, and Bounty especially. So this is going to be a tough second set coming in for Blows. But, I mean, if they can bring something original, something slightly different, get the right kills at the right time, I'm sure they can pull it off. It's just going to be a question of getting those timings right, getting, you know, the action at the right moment, and see if makers can maybe do some mistakes. Because in the end, this second game of Gem Grab, even though most of it was very convincing from makers, we did see some mistakes and some moments where it got a bit closer than it should have.
And I think that's the key thing about this new Brock gadget, is that you only need someone to make a mistake for just a second. Like, one split second of misplay is enough to blow the game open with this gadget. So there is opportunity there for Blows. I think it was Mickey specifically that was playing the Brock. If he can find that opportunity like he did in map number 2 there, like, maybe there's a chance here for the side of Blows. And let's be honest, we've seen it across Brawl Masters where a team is dominating to start off a series and then it all just goes completely wrong on the second map. So let's not count Blows out of the running completely just yet. But makers are pretty high up in the leaderboard already. This is a team that I would expect to be moving forward. Like, if you asked me for a blind prediction coming into this one, I would have said makers probably 2-0, maybe 2-1. So I'm still I'm in the makers camp right now, especially after that Piper performance.
No, I completely agree with you. I think that they showed a lot of strength already, not only today, but also in those previous weeks. And something I hear a lot of pros talk about is that Brawl Stars is not even just about skill and about who is the better team. It's about which team is in the better form today in this match, in this tournament. And so far, makers, they're looking like they are the ones feeling a bit better today. And they start off with the first star as they pick up that first star, that middle star that spawns initially as the game gets going. And so far, no kills.
No kills just yet, but Stop Rob is positioning very aggressively. He wants to make some kills happen, but it's at the risk of maybe him being the first kill. Going to dash on out of there and get himself to safety. Mr. Lennon going to close the gap here. He knows the gadget has come out and will be able to dodge it. Ooh, slides away for the last shot. In goes Stop Rob to finish the job. Assassin Carl over to the left, and he gets out with his life. Oh my goodness, how do they do it?
Yeah, that was insane from Starbro, finding the double kill and then managing to escape with that super. I mean, that super is something we've seen many times used not only aggressively, but sometimes just for movement purposes. Not even trying to find a kill with it or any value, just escaping. And in a game mode like Bounty, where survival is so important, even more important than finding kills, really. It's not about who finds the most kills, it's about who dies the least. And Stop Rob showing off how good this brawler can be for this, especially since typically Carl wouldn't be such a good brawler for Bounty, but with his new gadget, giving that extra movement speed, gives him just so much more utility regarding how he wants to use his super.
Yeah, the ability to reposition, the ability to To either get in their face or get out of there is just so valuable. And now with 10 seconds on the clock, you can see Makers, they know they have the lead. They know they just got to play defensive. One more shot to Mr. Misso would finish the job. They can't quite get him. He barely survives. But it's enough. 12-2, I think, was the final score there. And it is going to be Makers with a 3rd point on the board now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just really interesting regarding the meta. This is a map where I wouldn't really ever expect to see a Carl or a Mortis, at least like seriously being played as like a normal comp. Same goes for B, just not really the brawler, but with that gadget, it can do really well. The B pick not exactly working out this far, but I'm interested to see if Blows can bring in some changes, something to make a difference, because Munch, it is match point now, meaning that Makers, they only need one more win to move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we're at the position now where Blows have got to do something drastic. And you mentioned the meta here. I would love to see Blows bring something out that we've not seen. Bring something a little bit weird out, because it feels like when it comes to just straight up playing the picks with the great gadgets right now, as seems to be the meta right now in my eyes at least, like maybe just go for something that's a bit of a different take on things. Like, I don't know, maybe like playing tanks and Poco or something could just be the answer, because I don't know, maybe you can get in there and just get in their face. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe that's not the answer specifically, but what I'm trying to say is I'd like to see them do something a little bit off the wall, change the game a bit, because this default version of the game isn't working against Makers.
No, I mean, I couldn't agree more, to be honest. I think that they should bring in maybe some tanks or something like that. The real question, and where the mind games begin, is what is Makers gonna pick? Because if they keep the same comp, then sure, Blows can come up with a good answer, but they might as well change. And indeed, StopRob gonna go for the tick. Niso switching over to the Brock, and actually Lena is gonna be taking the Carl away from StopRob as he drops Mortis. And on Blow's side of things, we have a Carl being brought in as well, but is going to feed in the first kill in favor of Makers.
There's a Colette as well, but not any longer, because he's been taken out, and already 4-1 in favor of Makers. As now we've got to see something out of Blows. What is this comp capable of?
The gadgets. The gadget from Niso once again. He one-shot almost full HP Brock. That's just ridiculous, mate.
Yeah, it's kind of powerful. It is kind of powerful, I'm not going to lie. Oh, there we go. Nice little combo as well. StopRob wants to get the kill with the mine on the floor already. And it just feels like Blows are walking in one by one here. And every single time, there's enough DPS to just pop these players. The coordination from Makers has been beautiful to watch across this series. And this does feel a little bit like a victory lap for them right now, unless we can see Blows do something beautiful here. Because if they can kill all 3, they take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, they would need a lot for that to happen. Low HP, that's going to be a kill. Lena manages to get away. And StopRob finds a kill as he goes down himself. Oh, the kill comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Makers still with a 6-star lead. It's still possible for Blows to come back, but with the trend we've seen so far, it's not looking likely.
Here's the thing, right? They got the 3 kills, which is great, but they also all died. So the lead is still very much in favor of Makers, you know? That's a net neutral. And it means that Makers now with 8 seconds on the clock, they're 4 stars ahead. We need to see something magical. They've got to make it happen. Blows now or never, but looks like the answer is never. A 5-star lead, and it's going to be Makers to take it.
Well, to be honest, I think this win was as convincing as it gets. Makers just not really giving it a chance to Blows. They made one huge mistake in gem grab, which honestly they couldn't really have predicted too much either. That new gadget, like not everyone is used to expecting it coming into your face behind the wall just yet. And somehow they still managed to turn it around pretty convincingly. So really not giving any chances to Blows today. Hopefully, you know, Blows can come up next week rather, with their last chance to qualify. But Makers is going to be the team here between those two. Moving on to the quarterfinals, the round of 8, as they slowly get closer to securing a spot for the playoffs.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Makers right now. Let's take a look at our bracket of how Makers are doing across the greater scheme of the tournament, because that's our second round of 16 game done already. Makers managing to take up blows. You can see them there in the quarterfinal. They are going to be the second seed of the tournament. And Spot Harder as well started things off with an exceptionally close first map against Vegas, and then just kind of dominating the rest of that series. So they're going to be in the quarterfinals as well. And I think a couple of the other round of 16 games are probably starting to wrap up as well. So in a few minutes time, we'll be able to update you on some of the other round of 16 results. But I do believe we are coming towards a bit of a break here as we figure out what's been going on in the rest of the round of 16 before we get into the quarterfinals. But as we look at the leaderboard there, Teddy, were there any teams that stand out as kind of big favorites? Because obviously Makers, their second seed, you expect them to do well. Was there any other teams on that bracket that are like, you guys at home have got to keep your eyes
I mean, we don't have the bracket anymore, but I mean, there's definitely a few. I saw SK Gaming on that right side, Russian Elite as well. Both teams that are potentially going to face Makers later on, and all of those three teams in the right bracket have a solid chance at qualifying still. So those matches are going to be really important. I think that Makers, they need to go to the semifinals to be sure to get a spot. Otherwise, it's going to depend on how the other teams that already have points managed to play this week. On the left side of the bracket, we have Outsiders still in the race. Spot Harder, we watched them earlier, already outplayed, and Tribe Gaming EU as well. All chances that stand, all teams that stand a chance still to qualify. But I think we have our leaderboards ready, so we can really see the point difference between the teams and what is still obtainable. So if you look at those teams here, I think almost all of them are still in the bracket for today. So looking specifically at Makers, Spot Harder, SK Gaming, Outsiders, and Russian Elite, as well as obviously they were played in S2V, they all still stand a chance of qualifying, except S2V, because they went out already, I think, in the round of 16. But if you look at Makers, for example, they're at 22 points right now. They are in a good situation, but would Spot Harder or SK Gaming or even Russian Elite make it to the semifinals or to the finals, they could potentially take over. So yeah. Makers definitely not secured their spot yet. And we have to keep in mind, there's really only 2 spots up for grabs. That's the second and third one, because Tribe Gaming, they are gonna qualify for sure if I get everything correct here.
Yeah, so it's going to be... one of the really exciting things about this is that Makers and Spot Harder, their destiny is in their own hands. If they win their games, they're making it to playoffs. But you've got SK, you've got Outsiders, you've got Russian Elite. They are just waiting behind for someone to fall off so that they can snag that position from them. We'll have to see if that's going to happen. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we are going to go into our quarterfinals. So please, ladies and gentlemen, do stick with us. And we'll see you in a few minutes' time for our quarterfinals. Hello, welcome back everybody. We're going into our quarterfinals here for Brawl Masters Europe. It's our third qualifier. I'm joined by Teddy as always. And Teddy, I'm not gonna lie, mate, we've had some pretty one-sided series so far today. Spot harder, if I could talk, spot harder versus outsiders though. This one should be a little bit closer than the games we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, we've seen some good stuff from spot harders already today. Outsiders, obviously, in the last two qualifiers, they played really well as well. They are in that top 8, so they both stand a chance of qualifying for the playoffs. And this is going to be an important match because the loser of this match is basically not going to qualify throughout the 3 open qualifiers. So they will still have a chance next week. We talked about it a few times already. So next week, there will be straight up a spot on the line to join the playoffs. But I mean, today, this could be really game-changing. This is going to be game-changing for both teams. One is going to go home, making sure they don't qualify. The other one is still standing a chance, still in the competition, and they will have to find out how things go into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals and the finals. So I'm excited about this one, man.
Yeah, this one's going to be intense because, like, when you think about the 3 qualifiers, like, logically, they all have the same amount of importance, right? There's the same amount of points on the line, blah, 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 etc., etc. However, the 3rd qualifier is always that little bit more exciting because you already know how many points you actually need. You already know how everyone else has done. So coming into the 3rd qualifier, now we're in the top 8, you know that these games are going to be good. You know the teams know how much is on the line. And importantly, there is prize money on the line for the 3rd qualifier. There is no prize money for the last chance qualifier. There's a reason they call it the last chance qualifier, because you had to get to that last chance instead of qualifying through the open qualifier. So a lot on the line here for both of these teams, and also dignity on the line, because you want to be one of the top seeds going into playoffs. You want to be looking confident and feeling good as you move further in the tournament. So we'll see how it's going to look for these guys. Spot harder, as you said before, already looking fantastic on stream earlier on today, but they did take a little bit of time to warm into things. So maybe that's something that outsiders can use and abuse. Maybe they can find the same map that the first series started off on earlier today. We'll have to see what outsiders' strategy is going to be going into this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what they can bring on the table. They've shown some really solid stuff lately, but they never really managed to make it to the finals. So they need a really good run this week. And this is on the left side of the bracket as well, where Tribe Gaming, still undefeated so far, are going to be playing as well. So they definitely need to get as much as they can. And the further they can get, the higher the chances are to qualify. So it is a big match. It's a really big match for those teams. I'd say outsiders might have a slight disadvantage if you look at like raw talent and you know, their performances throughout the entire year. I feel like Spot Harder has been a bit stronger, but I talked about it earlier already. I saw Spen today from Tribe that said, Brawl Stars at a pro level is about how your form is on the day of the match, not about how the last few months have been. So it's just going to be about who can play better today, who can come up with, you know, the better aim, the better team play, better communication, and the better strategies. So I think either team here can really make it happen. And I'm expecting a close match, but we've seen earlier, we've had a few sweeps, even between teams that are at a similar level. We've seen it in the previous weeks too, so anything can happen.
Yeah, honestly, especially when you bring in the conversation of the meta as well, because, like, let's just take a second here while we're waiting for this series to start and talk about this a little bit, Teddy, because we haven't seen a single Max today so far. We've seen a Brock in every single game. We've seen a ton of B as well. Both of these guys coming into the meta because they got a new gadget that's really, really strong. Like, are you expecting any other twists and turns? Are you expecting maybe some bans on towards picks like the Brock because teams maybe just not used to playing against this new gadget, and it really does change the way that the game has to be played?
Yeah, I think that traditionally a lot of people, they don't necessarily think as new gadgets or new star powers as something really broken.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting so distracted. There's a fly flying around Teddy's room.
I have
and it literally
one
just
fly.
flew
It's been here
into
for
the
2
camera.
weeks. I don't want to kill it. Oh, it's on the
It's there
camera
again.
now. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. I was looking for my flea murdering weapon earlier. I could not find it. I was
Okay.
extremely heartbroken.
So
But let's get into the.
let's stop talking about Fly. Let's instead talk about B because she is in the meta. We will be.
Yeah.
We want to see B. We don't want to see Fly. Oh, we've got an upset alert.
Oh,
Daruma
okay.
EC defeated SK Gaming. That is twice now that SK Gaming have been upset way earlier in the bracket across these qualifiers than anyone would have expected.
that is gonna be very interesting. I'm wondering who is playing in Daruma. I'm gonna check that up real
And
quick.
while you have a check on the roster as well, it's important to mention that SK were one of the teams fighting for those top 3 spots. They are probably out of the running now because teams like Makers, in fact, Makers would have been against SK if they'd made it through. Now SK is pretty much going to be out of the race. Like, they're not going to be able to beat Spot Harder or Makers at this point. So that's really, really unfortunate for SK Gaming. And as you said, it's about form on the day. And SK, unfortunately, today was not their day.
Yeah, and I have the lineup of Daruma EC, the team that just beat SK Gaming. It's Bruno, James, Franco, and Alice. So I have heard of some of those players. I'm not super familiar with them. I think they are a Spanish team. And I'm excited to see if we can maybe catch some of their matches later because, I mean, beating SK is definitely a big upset here.
Yeah, it really is. I'm excited to see if we can get them on stream later on today. Let's take a look at the series that's on our hands, though. Spot Harder and Outsiders here. It's going to be Merch Fort, Triple Dribble, and then Shooting Star to round out the series. We've seen Triple Dribble already today. I think this is the first Merch Fort that we're going to see today, though. So curious to see if that changes things up a little bit. Also, with the new Brock gadget on Merch Fort, the reason Merch Fort is an interesting map to me is because of those 4 walls in the middle of the map. Brock doesn't really care about those walls anymore, so that might completely change the dynamic, especially on this map.
Yeah, what I think is crazy with Brock now is that he was already very used as a wall breaker to make sure you can open up the map and design it in a way that makes it better for your team and your comp. And now he can do it without his super, but he can still do it with his super as well. So it's just more destruction, more than ever. And it makes it possible for him to, if he wanted, one Brock can easily destroy all 4 walls within, the first minute or and a half of this game. So I'm very excited to see if that's going to be played. It is a map where he traditionally is really bad at. So maybe, teams will play it a bit more traditionally, not really go for that eccentric pick. But it could happen. I mean, we've seen it earlier on maps where you just don't expect to see a Brock. They just play it in Jam Grab. So I'm really open to see what kind of proposition they can give us with that new Brock gadget. I think the new Carl gadget as well with that extra movement is really strong in Jam Grab. Just the ability to get up close before popping that super or to escape or to get in an advantageous position. It's all there. It's a ton of extra versatility that I think makes Carl one of the top 5 brawlers at the moment. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work out. Maybe a combination of the two as well could be really good to, take down a wall and then take the position immediately with the new Carl super. I'm just looking forward for this game, man.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Colette going to be the first ban coming out from Spot Harder here. And I mean, Outsiders, they're taking their time on this ban, trying to figure out what they actually want to remove. And it can be a big decision. Inevitably, they're just going to ban Gene. They're going to take all of this time trying to figure it out, and then they're going to ban the brawler that everyone bans. We'll have to wait and see, though. Also, I think B is kind of an underrated pick on this because, especially with the way people position on Merch Fort behind the walls, that gadget being able to, if you can position it correctly, you can get multiple kills in one sweeping blow. And, as is always the case in Gem Grab, I was right, it is going to be the cheat after all of that time. But as is often the way in Gem Grab, like one big play can completely change the pace of the game. So certainly interested to see what the picks are going to be as we do get on into the game. But it is going to be the Gene that's banned away. And it's not too surprising. Gene just an exceptionally strong brawler.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a well-rounded brawler that adds so much extra power to the team, not just individually, because, like, statistically, he's not that good of a brawler. He doesn't do a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of health, but he just has that utility that makes it so hard to counter. And, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to ban him. I think we don't see him banned too much in competitive because there's just such a wide amount of brawlers available to play and thus to ban. But now that you have that draft system and you know exactly what maps you're going to play and you also choose what maps you're going to play, you can just make sure that if the maps are too strong for one brawler, even if he might not be the best brawler overall in the game, he's the best on those maps. So you should definitely go for a ban if you don't think you can, bring him into better use than your opponent. So I really respect that ban.
And I think that you bring up a really good point there as well, in that this is what separates the best teams from the pretty good teams, right? Is that you can play lots of different styles. When you're playing different game modes and especially different maps on the same game mode, you quite often need a dramatically different composition. And this is why teams like, for example, Tribe have been doing exceptionally well, because you don't necessarily know what to expect out of them. They have multiple strategies available. And when it comes to playing weird stuff, like, for example, Hot Zone, they came into Hot Zone with a planned strategy of like, this is how we're going to play this map. It feels like every single map, every single game mode, they've got a plan of what they're going to play. And some of these other teams that are striving to get into that top 3, that are striving to make the playoffs, this can be one of the difference makers for them. Is how deep is the strat book? Like, what else have you got in the tank? What can you show us that will change up the game? We'll have to find that out across the course of today. Obviously, we've seen Spot Harder. They seem pretty happy to just play Brock every game, no matter the map or the game mode. We'll see if Outsiders either are in a similar boat, where Brock is just the answer to all of their prayers, or if they have a strategy, like a counter Brock strategy. Because that's what I'm excited to see today. If anyone's coming in with some big brain ideas of how you take this brawler out of the equation.
Yeah, I feel like with those new gadgets coming up in play, a lot of teams just think that, like, how can I say that, because they play it, the other team might not be aware they're that strong or not ready to really counter them with the blind picks. And that can be a really smart way to counter your opponents. Just go for some even off meta picks if that's what it takes to counter that Brock, and make sure that he's going to be rendered at least not as much of a threat than we've seen so far, because he's been definitely so far today the deadliest brawler on the field consistently across every single game mode.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head earlier as well on why that's the case. It's not just the gadget's good at destroying walls, etc., etc. The fact that the gadget can destroy walls and kill someone behind the wall means that you have to play a different style of Brawl Stars than most of the teams have been practicing for months and months, right? These guys have been playing the game a long old time, and that means you build habits. You know how to play. Like, there are default mechanics that you just play around as a normal player.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't very many ways to destroy walls except for supers. So especially at the start of the game, being able to blast a gadget out and potentially catch someone off guard, especially if someone kind of goes into autopilot a little bit and just does the default thing, that's where this Brock gadget can really change the pace of the game and change the way the start of the game shapes up. And especially in game modes like Gem Grab, the start of the game is everything.
No, yeah, I honestly couldn't agree more. I think that you know when something is too strong when, for instance, for a brawler, it gets out of its comfort zone and it's still dominating. Gem Grab is traditionally a map where Brock is really bad, and we've seen him excel today multiple times in a game mode and in maps where he would never be played. He was just completely dominating the competition, and that just shows that he is really on the strong side at the moment, and that gadget is the difference maker. And the thing with the gadget, you said it earlier, you don't really think about hiding behind, like, that you're not safe behind a wall, because if you look at when Jackie came into the game, she deals a lot of damage behind the walls as well, but from up close. And I know a lot of people were very confused by it, but now it can happen from miles away with 2 times more damage.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't have to be close like Jackie. So it's really strong, but we are ready for our next game here, and we have no Brock, so at least that's going to be out of the way for the first game.
All right, we get a Brockless Brawl for the first time today. It's going to be, it's a nice little change. Nice little change of pace. We've got a Max coming out from the side of Spot Harder. On the other side, it's going to be Tara. Carl spinning on into the mix here. Badgery surviving and very aggressive positioning here. They're going to just win out this duel completely. And well, Spot Harder starting as they mean to go on, I guess, because they are at 7 gems to 0. They are dominating the death.
Yeah, and with that Sprout wall coming in, they are guaranteeing at least 1 or 2 more gems. Completely uncontested, nothing outsiders can do to keep them away. There is a push coming in from Blackfire, but that aggressive healing station, not even so sure why it was placed. It's just going to be there for 2 seconds, and now we already have a countdown for Spot Harder. They looked strong earlier. They're looking to play on the same level once again, and we only have 5 seconds for... Sorry to stop them. It's not gonna happen, man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they need to rename already. I know they've been renaming a lot, but Spot Harder, not a good enough name. Dominate Harder is the name that they need to be going with the way they're playing today. Because, my goodness, another map in the bag, another complete domination in the bag for Spot Harder. I feel like we saw their first map of the day. It was a little bit shaky. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to keep it together, you know, blah, blah, blah. It was like, oh, are they going to be able to do it? Get into the second map, and they've just turned it on. And ever since, they do not want to stop. Now, coming into their second series of the day, Outsiders are nowhere to be seen. The Outsiders completely describes the gameplay that we saw here today, because they were outside of the merch fort the entire time. Completely denied by Sprout, completely denied by just the straight-up team deathmatch that Spot Harder were playing and just winning out the 1v1s. I think Outsiders got like 1 kill the entire round. That is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was just pure domination. Pure domination coming the way of Spot Harder. I'm not sure what Outsiders can do. They are going to bring in a Sprout. That is definitely going to make sure that even if there is a wall, even if control is going the way of Spot Harder, they can still come in with some firepower above the walls. And so far we have a slightly better start from Outsiders. Oh, good wall from Sub-Zero to make sure he stays alive with those gems, but so has nowhere to go. And Eric on a 1 HP.
That is insane. I cannot believe Eric survived all of that. He was under so much pressure for so damn long. Not the ideal healing station there. And we do find ourselves in a situation once again where the players from Spot Harder, they just don't die. You just can't take them out. I don't know what's happening, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, but we talked about it a few times already across BrawlMSTRS. In Gem Grab, it's not about getting kills. It's about getting gems. And that is going to be going the way of Spot Harder as, ironically, they get the kills.
Yeah, I mean, that was just magnificent. I'm kind of just like basking in the afterglow of the shenanigans that Eric was able to pull off there. I can't believe he survived for so long. Like, and I'm not just talking about where he lived on 1 HP. There was also, he was like 1v1 against the other Sprout Sub-Zero for so long in the middle of the map. And then Sub-Zero got reinforcements. Eric just like ducking and diving through the grass, trying to dodge everything. Somehow got away with it. And then just the 1 HP was like the cherry on the cake. It's like, at that point, if I'm Outsiders, I've just conceded the game. I'm like, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I want to go home. I want to have some tea.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with Sprout as well. That gadget heals so much. It really does, especially combined with the shield. Star power, once they start walking into bushes, it just gives such a good survivability to the brawler, which is what makes Sprout really unique. It's not just the walls, which are also very unique to Sprout and very good. Plus, they do add to that survivability aspect of the brawler. It's just that it stays alive forever, which none of the other throwers can do. Even Mr. P, which technically isn't exactly a thrower, he doesn't really have that kind of survivability strength that Sprout can bring in. And Sprout honestly has been dominating the meta so far. I mean, we have the new gadgets that came in, you know, which did definitely switch up the meta a bit, but Sprout has been banned a lot consistently across the 2 first qualifiers, and it's been played a lot as well.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. I mean, showing its value here, right? Like, this is one of the maps where you can do exceptional work with Sprout. Spot Harder knowing that, being able to use that to great effectiveness. And now we move on to Brawl Ball. And Outsiders, they got to show us something magical here because Spot Harder showing no signs of stopping. They want to make it to the playoffs. They want to make it through these qualifiers. They don't want to have to play next week if they can help it. So now, already pushing on forwards, already with a kill. It's Spot Harder once again in position. I'm not sure if destroying that was really in favor of Qualifier, to be honest. I feel like that actually gave Spot Harder a bit more control.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Like, on the one hand, it does make it a bit easier for a Brock, which needs an open map. Even for the defending, sometimes it's better. But on the other hand, it also makes it easier to score and to get better angles for Spot Harder. So I completely agree with you here. I don't think that was the best move to go, but Outsiders on the aggressive this time.
Yeah, they found an opportunity to start to push in. They got themselves a kill onto entry. And now we'll have to see if Outsiders can actually finish this off and grab a goal for themselves as well. I would love to see them contesting and being able to get themselves onto the scoreboard. It's not been happening this series, and Frustrator wants to make sure it continues not to happen. Good damage onto both players there. Qualifier steps on forward. Frustrator 400 HP, but somehow gets away with his life, and now Adri's back onto the map once again. 3 versus 2. In comes Carl, dashing on forward, spinning on top of everyone. Spin to win, baby. He's going to be able to grab it. Frustrator shuts him down, though, now 1v1 with Blackfire. The Sub-Zero's back into the mix once again. Frustrator dodging, ducking, dipping, diving. And will survive for now.
Yeah, Outsiders showing some pretty good stuff here, but the defense from Spot Harder is making things really difficult. Outsiders, they have 40 seconds to find an opening, break that defense from Spot Harder and find a goal. Otherwise, it's going to be match point. And Outsiders, they definitely don't want to let this happen. Good kill there from Adri. Frustrator going to be pushing up. He has a super. He's going to go for the charge shot. It's just not going in as Blackfire manages to catch it.
Oh, that's a gadget coming out from Entry, though, and that is a team wipe as well. I think that's going to be all she wrote for this one, because there's no way that Outsiders managed to score a goal in the next 10 seconds. Spot Harder, if they wanted to, could try and force the issue a little bit more, but I think they just want some bonus kills inside of the face of Outsiders. That's going to be a 3rd point now on the scoreboard for Spot Harder. They are a singular game away from moving forward into our semi-finals.
Yeah, convincing stuff from Spot Harder. Honestly, I expected them being the favorites in this matchup. I didn't think it would be this one-sided, but it's not done just yet. So maybe Outsiders can bring something to make the difference. It's not been looking that way so far, but we've seen it before. We've seen some reverse sweeps, some really impressive stuff coming out of nowhere. I mean, Spot Harder being one of the teams to do it today. So I wouldn't be surprised if Outsiders manage to slowly get back up here, but they need this next game. Otherwise, it will be over before it really started.
We'll have to see if they're going to be able to find a way to achieve anything in this game and in this series. They did have a couple of moments in that last game where they were getting onto the map a little bit more. So hopefully they can make that happen again. Gadget comes out from Blackfire, not able to be dodged from Eric, but he still survives for now. But importantly, Outsiders are gaining control of the map, and that's another kill for them. Eric forced back into the net, but the snipe comes out with the super. Up he goes into the air, but down he falls. And Blackfire tries to walk it in, but Adri gets the kill.
How did that work out for Spot Harder? That should have been a goal, but just not enough time there. I think a charge shot could have worked out, but Adri managed to get in position in time to stop the offensive from Outsiders and turn things around into a slow but steady counterattack in favor of Spot Harder. The charge shot on Adri, can he connect it? We have a push coming in. Eric with a great kill there. That could be the match point, almost conceding the way of Spot Harder. And I mean, this is convincing, man. This is as convincing as it gets.
I love that you see Frustrator walk up to the goal there, looks at it for a second, and then decides to go for the rebound shot just to add a little bit of style to the play here. Gadgets from both of our Bs on the left. Neither of them going to be able to find their targets, though. Now we've got some surge on surge action, but he steps into the fire. Classic mistake of a new raider right there. This Frustrator going to walk on forwards. And it's as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. Surge, he's the goal scorer. He's the man on the front line, but it's Eric that's doing the damage, as you can see on your screen. And well, Spot Harder. Phenomenal series coming out from them. 4-0 at the end of the day. And to be totally frank, they made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they look super strong. I think Vegas winning that first set against them in the previous match was a bit of an outlier. I feel like their form after that first set was completely different. And as a matter of fact, after that set they lost to Vegas, they haven't lost a single game, a single map. So I think they're looking strong today, and they definitely want to get that spot for the playoffs. And they are still in the run for it. So they have their chances. Outsiders, on the other hand, they will still have a chance next week, but it's not going to happen through points.
Yeah, so it's going to be Outsiders out of the running when it comes to that top 3. But as you say, last chance qualifier still available for them next week. So we'll see if that's something they'll be able to get involved in, see if that's something that can get them to our playoffs. But Spot Harder, they are very much keeping themselves in the game here, especially with SK Gaming out of the mix. Suddenly things are looking really, really good for Spot Harder. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue to move forward into our bracket. But that is going to be our first quarterfinal done for the day, which means shortly we'll be able to move into our second quarterfinal and see what's coming up for us and which quarterfinal we'll be jumping into. Certainly, one of the teams I'm going to be keeping my eyes on today across the course of things is going to be Tribe Gaming, because let's be honest, they've won the other 2 qualifiers. They're playing again. You have to expect that they're going to be a favorite coming on in, so we'll see how they're going to do. I feel like it's inevitable that we see them on the stream, because I don't see a world where they don't make it to the semifinals. But Daruma EC, they're the guys that upset SK Gaming earlier on today. So I'm excited to see what they've got coming up for us here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, those are some interesting team names, especially the second one. Jesus Simeons, I think it's pronounced. Maybe not.
Or
maybe
Jesus, I'm Ian. 3 guys named Ian that believe that they are Jesus.
Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, it's Spanish, so
yeah.
At least we know that. We'll see. I mean, you know, the true language of Brawl Stars comes down to the gameplay, not necessarily to the team name. So
exactly.
We'll have to see how that's going to work out.
If I'm saying it wrong, just hit me up on Twitter, send us a DM or whatever. Tell me how to say it, and I'll say it right. Okay? You know, it's not personal. If I'm saying it wrong, it's not personal. Just let me know. Okay. But yeah, I'm really, really curious what Daruma have on this season, because to be able to upset SK, immediately now all eyes are on this team. Everyone's like, okay, who are these guys? What is going on? Do they have what it takes to sneak their way all the way up this single elimination bracket and find themselves a whole bunch of points?
Yeah, absolutely. And for teams like that, because I think both of those teams don't have many points, so they most likely can't even qualify anymore. But, I mean, there's still a lot of money on the line, right? There's still $500 up for grabs. So that's definitely some prize pool any team is happy to get for a single elimination open qualifier. I mean, you can't really ask for more. We have the draft already on screen. Gem Grab on Minecart Madness, Brawl Ball and Backyard Ball, and Siege on Junk Park will be your maps and modes. And then finally the bans will be Max and Carl.
Yeah, so Max and Carl going to be taken off of the board, which we've seen a little bit of each of them today. Obviously, Carl has been sneaking into he was already kind of in the meta, and then with his new gadget, he's looking real good. Max, we've seen less of today than we've seen in previous weeks, to be honest, but I feel like it's still going to be a staple pick. It's still a comfort pick for a lot of the players in the tournament, so I can understand trying to remove that, because if you take Max out of the mix, if you're a team that prefers a slower pace of gameplay, then removing Max can always help you out and just mean that it's a little bit more of a slow, controlled type of game that you're going to be seeing. And especially on a map like Minecart Madness, I'd say I'd be much more comfortable playing a slower game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm honestly just curious to see all the various applications we're gonna get from those new gadgets. We've talked about them a lot already, but they have been that impactful. I feel like this previous match surprisingly didn't utilize them as much, but in all the previous matches before that one, it was honestly just a lot of Rock, a lot of B, a lot of Carl, and I mean I think the Carl ban just makes a lot of sense. It's such a well-rounded brawler right now. So much utility, so much different possibilities, so many different ways to play him, aggressively, more passively. You can go for those gems and fall back immediately. You can go into a fight and immediately come out. It feels like there's not a lot of risk playing him aggressively at the moment, or just waiting for the right moment to swoop in and get those kills. So I think it makes a lot of sense to ban him. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, and I'm also surprised to not have any Brock bans so far.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen any Brock bans, but it could be one of those things like we didn't really see many B bans when the new gadget came in, so it might be one of those situations where it's like teams feel like it's so good that you kind of want to play it yourself. You want to use and abuse that strength as opposed to just remove it from the game. So I just want to see a Brock destroy a minecart. Now I know that they can't, but I just want to see it. That would be something. But also Minecart Madness, I think one of the exciting things about this map is you can quite often get some really interesting drafts. We've seen things like BB coming on in because you can knock them into the minecarts. It doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that today. We do have a Colette coming on through. Rock on either side, as you'd expect. It's going to be Sprout on either side, and it's Colette versus Pam.
Yeah, we have that Pam bringing in all that health and survivability, but getting melted down immediately by Franco on that Brock. And I mean, Brock on both sides, just something we expect at this point on Minecart Madness. That gadget bringing in a lot of extra strength to that brawler. Kill there from Jose as he finds Bruno. I think those are two Spanish teams facing each other, which probably means they have a lot of experience of fighting against each other, and it's looking pretty good right now in favor of Jesus. They have so much control, so many gems as well. They are getting close to that countdown.
So if it is Spanish teams, if you're correct, it's probably Jesus, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on the topic.
I have to pronounce that like that.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, 10 gems is the key thing that we're taking away from this one right now, as it is going to be our red squad moving on forwards here. Rafa, we've seen him on the stream before, doing some serious work. Mr. Jose in the base with the thumbs up. The rumor, the guys that upset SK. Say that again, sorry.
The Sprout locked himself off on the top of the map, by the way. We could just like catch a glimpse of it on the end screen, but he was literally just him and walls around him, like no way to access him whatsoever.
It's called a fortress.
Yeah.
He's built himself a castle. He is safe. He doesn't want any more of this. He's away from warfare now. He's a passive.
Away from the trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good start here for our red team here. And whether or not Daruma can get back into this one, that felt like a very convincing win. And I'm a little bit surprised because Daruma, they were the ones coming in upsetting SK. So I didn't expect, like, even if they lose the series, I was expecting it to be like, you know, a close series. I was expecting Daruma to be kind of a dark horse. And now suddenly everything's up in the air again. And who knows what to expect. Right now, Jesus looking pretty fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And whoa, what a comp coming in from Daruma. Bringing in the Mortis Bull Poco comp here. But Franco gets melted down immediately. This is going to be a good position for Bruno, but I'm sure reinforcements will come help out Yoshi at some point. But so far, it's not looking like it. Franco pushing up, gets melted down. Actually survives there as he finds the kill. Not exactly sure how that happened. It was a very confusing fight, but Daruma, they have control right now.
Yeah, Bruno's having a lot of fun. He was just like dancing around. Nobody really able to focus him down. Now he's gone all the way into the spawn with a gem, by the way, and he is not afraid. He still survived all of this. Somehow, Bruno is just doing anything that he wants to. He does have to back away. Nice little super coming out from Rafa to force some pressure out, but hey, 6 gems to 2. And it's Daruma very much with control of the game. Franco coming up from the side does have his super available as Bruno goes in, throws out the bats, and might have to try and zip on out of this one, but nothing wrong about that before. In goes Franco and takes one with him. It's going to be 8-2 in terms of gems right now. That's enough gems if Bruno can get out with his life. Dodges away from the super. Rafa hits the train, but he will be able to get the kill importantly. And now Rafa's the one in trouble. In with the shotgun and out with the kill. Franco, beautiful play here. He's got some healing coming out from Jamie. That should just be enough, not quite. Ends up going down. Yoshi falls as well as Bruno on the scene, but he's low here. Jamie with 9 gems, Bruno with 1. If they can finish off Bruno, they'll stop the countdown, but they can't get over to it. And the minecart blocks so much for them. Franco now just has to play distraction. This has been magnificent from Daruma, and we've got a series on our hands.
Yeah, Daruma coming in strong for the second game. And this is a new gadget we hadn't really seen so far on the Bull. If you guys are new to the game, it basically makes it so he can stop whenever he wants in his super plus lowest opponents. And he used that quite clutch. That's how he got those gems back earlier. That's how he locked down those 2 last kills for his team as well. So honestly, good effort on his part. And that comp from Daruma was really something else.
Yeah, it was something. It was something. But hey, they used it. It was beautiful to see. And Bruno especially, the man knows no fear. That's for sure. Like, I would have backed out a lot of times during all of that, but there's a reason that he's the one playing, not me, you know? And he clearly knows the limits of that pick. He clearly knows the limits of what you can do on the Mortis. And it's exciting to see good Mortis play because it's definitely one of those brawlers that separates the men from the boys. You know, you have to be able to be a little bit brave and do some dicey things, but if you could pull it off, it just does wonders.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Mortis is the pick that either like breaks it or makes it for your team. And so far, it was looking like a good gamble from Daruma. I'm not expecting them to play the same comp. I think this was more of a one-time trick to try to, you know, get an advantage. They played that really well, actually. But we're getting into the next one. Indeed, very different comps. We have the B coming in on Jamie's side of things, and then Bruno and Franco back on the Sprout and Brock.
All right, so just pure long-range damage coming out from Daruma now. It will net them some control to start off. Rafa, no. Oh, he gets a kill out of it. He's using the minecart to strategically reposition. It's genius. Rafa with the big brain plays somehow survives a bit of a fumble there. They will have to back away, but it's 3 gems to 3. So I think Jesus mains or Jesus Simeons. I don't know. I'm struggling here, but they're going to be happy with the way this was started off.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the start they were hoping for, especially after a pretty convincing win going the way of Daruma for the second game. They are back in control here, but Jose goes down to the minecart. This is what Daruma were hoping for. They managed to take back some of those gems, leaving Jesus only on a total of 3 gems right now, while Daruma, they're 2 away from the countdown.
Daruma managing to get back on top of things here. Yoshi trying to survive. What a snipe from Jamie. Shoots it to the position where Colette left from. And now the Hive is angry and they're flying in circles. Rafa, the only one standing. That's enough gems to start the countdown here for Daruma. Now Yoshi and Rafa, they've got to push in to stop this one happening. This would be another map going the way of Daruma here. This would start the series off strong fall. And Franco just keeping Rafa busy. And I think that's going to be it. 2 seconds on the clock. Daruma have done it.
Yeah, Daruma, they managed to turn things around after what looked like an excellent start from Jesus. They did get that first set. And that means they start off with a lead now as we move on to Brawl Ball for set number 2. I think Brawl Ball was on Backyard Ball. Do you remember?
I think so. I think you're correct on that one.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Yeah, isn't it interesting as well how we saw Jesus start off this series with a dominant win. And I mean a dominant crushing of Daruma in map number 1. The Daruma, it's a close second game, then fairly one-sided third game. It does feel like Daruma are starting to build up some momentum, but whether or not they can keep that going into Brawl Ball, it's a, similar game mode when it comes down to being able to control the middle of the map is realistically what this game mode is about. But whether or not they can run a similar composition, like this full 3-ranged poke brawlers kind of composition that we saw out of Daruma in that third game, whether or not you can bring that to Brawl Ball is a different conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. I think that both teams have what it takes to manage to clutch up where it matters here. But on the other hand, Daruma did look really solid here, especially with a bit of a rough start, whether it's in the whole set where that first game was an absolute stomp on Jesus' side of things, and that last game as well, where Jesus just started way better, but Daruma managed to shut them down, take back those gems early on, and then take the lead. So I think we can expect a lot of different results. We talked about it earlier. I mean, Gem Grab and Brawl Ball, very different game modes regarding what kind of skill set you need. So we haven't really seen the full abilities of either teams. So I think it's a bit early to, know what to expect either. But if it keeps going the way it started, Daruma are in a good position here.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that one. If they can win another game in the series, good, big thumbs up from me. That's the way it's going to be going. But again, just for anyone that is just joining us that missed how we started this series off, or missed the announcement earlier on today, SK Gaming were one of the sort of top 4 teams that, certainly in terms of expectations coming in today. Daruma EC knocked them out of the bracket in the round of 16. So this is a team that we were coming in thinking like, okay, who are these guys? Like what have they got up their sleeves to be able to take down a team like SK Gaming? And then they lose the first game pretty dramatically. And I was like, okay, I now have absolutely no idea what to expect out of the series. Daruma then kind of got back on top of the horse and have started to climb their way back. They managed to win out the first map in the end. And now it's a question of how consistent are they? Can they keep this momentum going for themselves? Certainly, Jesus on the red side here, they don't want that to happen. It's going to be a trade of kills as JB takes control of the middle of the map, but he's peppered down, does finish off a kill. Rafa can't quite do the same for himself. It's going to be 5 out of the 6 players falling in that first bit of a fray, but it's Bruno controlling the map here most importantly. It means Franco can get on the ball and kick it into that final quarter of the side of Jesus.
Yeah, Franco has that super, gonna go for the destruction, opening the path for his teammates, but the ball not quite gonna go through. There is a sweep coming in, meaning that Daruma, they should be able to find a goal indeed. The shot from Jamie to find goal number 1, and Daruma, they are looking really solid right now.
That was cheeky as well. I don't think Yoshi was expecting that shot to come in because it wasn't a charge shot. It was just a normal kick as well. I don't think Yoshi was ready for that play to come on through. Jamie with a nice kill, but he answers with his own life here. It's Bruno versus Rafa for mid-control right now, but Bruno's got some support here. Kicks it.
The passes.
Double charge shot. That was magnificent.
Yeah, that was a really good pass, showing that teamwork. And what I loved as well is Franco. He was in a duel, and it was just taking too long for him, so he just gadgeted on the box to kill his opponent. It was just there like, I'm done with this duel. Can we like move on to the next game? And yeah, absolutely destroying Jesus right now. We haven't really seen any chances for Jesus in this game, to be honest. So hopefully they can come back with something, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daruma just close things out here.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything we can take away from that one, Daruma, if they see a chance, they're going to go for it, because that first goal, it was a little bit cheeky. They did manage to just squeeze it past Yoshi and just knock it on in. The second goal was not cheeky. The second goal was just pure, beautiful play. 2 charge shots, 1 to pass it forward and 1 to knock it into the goal before the respawns come on through. That is the kind of play that I just love to see, when the team is just on the same page. They know the resources that they have available, and they're willing to make that call. Because, that call goes wrong, you just use 2 supers on that, and suddenly you're in a really bad position in terms of controlling the map. But when it goes right like that, it's just magnificent to see.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially on the part where they did use 2 supers. Plus, we have to remember that, I don't remember the player, but the Pam that had to pass at first, she was mid-fight. It's like she was mid-fight and she still managed to think like, okay, I should pass to my teammate right now, dodge a few bullets or tank them if necessary. And that's just difficult because once you're in those engagements, it's sometimes hard to look at the bigger picture, look at your environment, what your teammates are doing, what kind of opportunities your team has. And this is what shows some great amount of skill, teamwork, and awareness coming in from Daruma, where even, you know, under fire from your opponent, from your mirror pick Pam, still managing to get the pass in time, getting that timing right, and getting that goal, to be honest. Shows some great stuff from Daruma.
Yeah, really, really magnificent stuff coming out there. It does mean now Hazes are against the ropes, and they did get one game. They started the series off with a win, but now they are one loss away from losing out in this series. They've got to get 2 Brawl Balls back to back to kind of reset and even things up. And we'll see if they've got what it takes. If they could win 2 back to back, we'd actually be dead even when it comes to results in this series. But Daruma's certainly doing all right for themselves, and I think importantly making a statement, because this is a team that we've not seen on stream in the previous 2 qualifiers. As the fly is just still whizzing around.
I know. I saw it get on the camera. I was there like, don't you dare walking on the lens, and it just did. So
yeah, honestly, the fact that it going past the camera, I can't tell if it's a fly or a cat. It's that big. Like, the thing is huge. I'm terrified for you. But importantly, Daruma making a statement and showing this confident, great play here, first time on the stream. That's the kind of thing that you just love to see.
Yeah, especially since we have to remember both of those teams, they don't have enough points to qualify, even if they get all the way to the finals, even if they are the champions of this qualifier. They can't make it to the playoffs unless they perform next week. So this is just for the money here, and it is enough of a motivation for them to perform. So honestly, props for that, because they know this is not going to turn into a qualification spot. They need that money, and they need to perform next week as well if they still want to qualify.
One thing that actually we should mention as well is placing well today would impact your seeding going into the last chance qualifier, I would assume. So that, like, in terms of actually making it to playoffs, performing well today does matter as well, because it means that you could potentially have an easier bracket in the last chance qualifier. So definitely, it's important to be winning these games, Daruma. Obviously, they want that chunk of change for themselves, but they also want to have the best possible chance they can next week in the last chance qualifier. But we're on to what could be the final map here. If Daruma can keep up the form that they have had across the course of today, Jamie going with that gadget won't find himself a kill to start this one off, and we're getting pretty low on this one as well as Jamie. They're going to have to back away here and concede control of mid.
Yeah, good start from Hazes. They have a lot of control, found the 2 first kills, make it a 3rd one. Yoshi and Rose, they could destroy the walls here. Yoshi gonna utilize that super to do just that. Finds the follow-up kill on Franco as well. It's not a goal just yet, but a lot of control in favor of Jesus. Jamie with the gadget. It's not enough to find a kill onto Yoshi as he jumps away, and kill after kill, Jesus is keeping that lead.
They're keeping the lead, but they're not quite able to put the ball in, and that's ultimately what matters. And Daruma managing to defend this one. The fact that they survived that gadget was so crucial in maintaining some presence on the map. And now you can see they've slowly but surely found their way back towards the midpoint of the map. That is a good pick from Yoshi, though, to reduce some of the pressure that has been found. Yoshi, he is not willing to go out of this tournament just yet. He is playing to win right here. Shots on target, and now trying to regain control. Rafa in a bit of trouble here. He's pretty lonely, but Yoshi moves in.
Shot!
What a shot!
How did that go in from Yoshi? That angle was so tight, and yet he manages to find the correct angle, get that shot straight into Daruma's goal. Yoshi He has another charge shot. This could be a second one. He's gonna pass it to Rosa this time. This is just gonna be a walk-in. Jesus, they pull it off. They tie things up in BrawlMSTRS.
Man, Yoshi is not done. That is definitely the conclusion from that one, because his shots were on point. He was hitting almost every single shot he took, but then that beautiful charge shot from almost the halfway mark, honestly, just like narrowly sneaks it on in. Obviously, the second goal, was not that spectacular, but also props to Yoshi for passing there, because I feel like he could have just gone for the second goal. What a team player! What a nice guy, giving it over to his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, especially after having a very a shining moment, a big highlight already. Thinking that I should just pass it to my teammate, let them have some part of the fun too. Just shows some good. I'm guessing a friendship was in the team.
Some camaraderie between the guys. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's one game. It's not going to be enough just yet to put them in a comfortable situation. If they want that to happen, they need to win the next one as well, because Daruma, they are still on match point 1, game 1, and they are done and move on to the next round. So everything on the line here for Asus. They need to win this one. Otherwise, if they happen to lose it, it would be a pretty sore 2-1 2-1 scoreline, which is never what you want to see.
It certainly isn't. That would be a rough way for this one to go down at the end of things. But we'll have to see if they can push it to the final map. And look at the comp that's come out here. Triple tank, triple bruiser coming out from Daruma, and they're looking for an early goal here. Franco stepping forward, Bruno alongside him. They're just going to go for this one, charging through the whole squad. Grenades go down, though, and it's Yoshi trying to save the day once again. He somehow got a super twice in a row there. Jamie steps on it. Oh my god, 1v3. Jamie scores it.
How did that even go in, Jamie? He was ready for it. There was some destruction on those walls. He got the angle right to bounce the ball, bounce his super, and somehow catch it in time. It's not gonna happen twice, but oh my, what a goal was that.
It was absolutely insane. And now Rafa wants a bit of the action himself, but won't be able to find it here. Bruno takes the ball up towards the left of the map now, trying to attack from a different angle as they get straight onto Mr. Jose and take him down. But Yoshi, the man in position right now. Franco blocks the shot, and he's just going to be able to knock it back to the other side of the map once more, waiting for his teammates to respawn.
Yeah, I'm still trying to process that play from James. my mind is just completely blown right now. Franco, he has a shot. He could have passed to James. That would have been a free goal, but didn't quite see the opportunity there. He's going to pass a bit late now. And Jesus, they are going to be fighting back there. Rafa, he could find a goal. He's going to walk it in.
Rafa's just like, hey, I'm Pam. What are you going to do about it? I have so much health. You can't kill me. Beautifully done there. And now 1-1. Jesus try to survive here. This is for the series. If they can keep this one, they stay in the series. They stay in the bracket. Rafa goes down. Bruno stepping on forwards. He's just got to walk it in if he can, and Bruno gets it. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 across the series. And that is going to close things out. What a game to end it on as well, Teddy.
Yeah, Daruma, they looked really strong. And that's what I really liked, because they didn't really have to take too many risks and do anything crazy to have a lead and a good performance against Jesus. But at the moment, it really mattered. They managed to get those clutches. I mean, that individual play from James was just insane. It was honestly, It was insane. One of the most beautiful plays I've seen in Brawl Stars, literally. So I'm super happy that they can perform well as a team, but when they need to get into those individual clutches and individual moments, they manage to do that too, and that shows a lot of potential from that team. And I mean, I see how they could have won against SK just from this performance.
Yeah, and I like that this was tough games for them. This was not an easy victory from either team here, and I'm kind of upset for Jesus that they did have to go down in this fashion, because it was such close games. They did have some really, really good ones, but it felt like Daruma, they had multiple styles that they could bring to the table. Like when one strategy didn't work for them, they were happy to mix it up, bring out the Mortis, bring out this triple tank composition essentially that they brought out for the final game there. And I love watching teams that have that depth of strategy that they can always fall back to and change the pace of things and challenge the opponent to say, look, we're bringing out something different. What have you got to answer us with?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like this match was, on the one hand, kind of close, but on the other hand, really convincing from
Yeah.
Daruma. I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing once they start facing those tier 1 teams. I mean, obviously, they did face SK Gaming, a team that is in the World Championship in 2 weeks. So it's not like they can't beat them, because they have already. But on the other hand, we know that SK, for example, in the first week of the qualifiers, they were playing with their coach. So who knows, maybe it is such a situation coming in once again today. I'm not entirely sure. I'm honestly not entirely sure. We didn't have it on stream, so I don't know what went wrong for SK today. But I'm looking forward for the next few matches of the evening.
Yeah, I certainly am as well, because that was our second quarterfinal, if I'm not mistaken, which means for us on the stream, it's time to move towards our semi-finals. So we can take a look over towards the bracket at how things have been panning out across the course of today. In case you missed it earlier, we had our round of 16, and obviously you can see the results on your screen there. But as we move towards this semi-finals, 3 of our quarterfinals are already completed. We're going to have Makers up against Daruma, which should be an incredibly exciting game. And on the other side of the bracket as well, we have Spot Harder, which are up against either Outplayed or Tribe, both exceptionally strong teams as well. We're looking at some really interesting semi-finals today, Teddy.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Makers making it to the semifinals is extremely important for them, because if it doesn't already give them their spot in the playoffs, at least now they are super, super close to it. And on the other hand, Spot Harder, I mean, they played really good today. We've seen 2 matches from them already. Both of them were really convincing. I think they definitely deserve that spot. Same goes for Daruma. They didn't have an easy bracket, let me tell you that. Even Jesus, the team they just beat, they won against Russian Elite. We didn't talk about it, but what a performance from underdogs today to have potentially a final that is unlike any others, because both Makers and Daruma, if I stand correct, they both haven't gone to the finals yet.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that they have. And I do want to update people as well that Outplayed, they are the only team with a chance of making it to that top 3 right now. And they're against Tribe Gaming. So, not Outplayed, sorry, Outsiders. No, it is Outplayed. I'm getting mixed up. The 2 team names are very similar. Outplayed are the team that can, if they could beat Tribe and make it through to the finals and have a really, really great week, they could still make top 3, but they need to beat Spot Harder to do it. So it would definitely be a really interesting side of the bracket if Tribe ends up losing out. But essentially Outplayed, to make it top 3, they got to beat Tribe and they got to beat Spot Harder. That is not an easy path to victory. So we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. They're currently in their series against Tribe. So we'll see what the results are going to be. We're going to go to a short break in just a moment, and then we'll be going over to our semi-finals. So ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that browser. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time to see how this final bracket's going to pan out. Hey everybody, it's us. We're back. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by the Tedinator as always, and we're ready to get into our semi-finals because it's Makers against Daruma. This one's going to be a doozy because Daruma have showed that this is a team that think outside of the box and they do some crazy stuff. But Makers as well, they've been looking amazing today. So I really think that this could be maybe the best series we see in the entire day.
Yeah, absolutely. Makers, they looked so good. Multiple weeks in a row now. Daruma, their first appearance here on stream, I believe, or at least, further on into that bracket. They looked really strong today as well, beating SK Gaming, for instance. So I'm expecting some great gameplay coming into our first semifinals match.
We'll have to see, because there's a lot of expectations now for these two teams to live up to with how they've been playing today. They've set the bar very high for themselves. And I'm just curious what the draft is going to look like here, because obviously the kind of gameplay that we see is going to vary dramatically on the maps that we're on and the brawlers that are banned. So across the day, we've not really seen any Brock bans. We've not really seen any B bans, which are kind of the two picks that the meta has shifted towards recently. Whether or not that's going to change coming in, because with two teams that have been quite happy to bring out kind of off the wall compositions on these maps, I'm curious if they're going to start to extend that to off the wall bans as well. Maybe we see a team going for hot zone or something like that. There are some options here available that can really mix things up.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw last week as well that the further we get into the bracket, the more the teams are going to adapt on the meta of the day, which is kind of how the game is right now. Because of the new gadgets coming in every week, you have that kind of meta of the week, because those new gadgets are either like really strong or not at all. But when they are strong, they impact the game a lot. And last week we saw some B bans towards the end of the competition. So who knows, maybe we can see something similar this week. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like Brock is just overall so strong. No, even without a gadget, he's already a really solid brawler. So I'm hoping to see some bans. And Outplayed defeated Tribe Gaming, guys.
Oh my goodness.
The winners of week 1 and week 2 of the qualifiers, undefeated so far. They just lost against Outplayed, which also means that Outplayed, they still stand a chance of qualifying all the way up to the playoffs if they manage to beat Spot harder.
So this bracket just got really interesting now, because Outplayed, as you say, they're the only team outside of the top 3 right now that can contest the top 3 spots and qualify for playoffs if they can win their semi-finals against Spot Harder. Spot Harder have been probably the most convincing team we've seen on stream today, so whether or not they can do that is a totally different question, and we'll get to that question later on in the day, because first we're going into Makers versus Daruma, but we have our 2 semi-finals decided. Oh man, this is going to be exciting now, because this semi-final was already exciting because Daruma are kind of the dark horse, and you've got Makers that are performing better than we've seen them in previous weeks. And then on the other side, now we've got Spot Harder looking amazing, but Outplayed can make the upset happen and make it to playoffs. Oh my goodness, it's all too exciting for me. But here we go. Hot Zone, we've got Siege, we've got Bounty taken off the board, and Brawl Ball will be our first game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the different bans and picks. I mean, Hot Zone as a ban, something we've seen a lot of times. Same goes for Siege and Bounty. I say those 3 game modes are the least played. Maybe Bounty and Siege are played slightly more than Heist. That will be played in this matchup, at least, unless it's a 2-0 sweep and it ends up being the 3rd game mode. But yeah, players are banning and picking the maps right now. Actually, they're picking the maps and game modes rather. So I'm looking forward to see what we are going to end up playing on, and it's Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball. So far today, I think we've only watched Triple Dribble and Backyard Bowl.
Yeah, I think you're correct. It's pretty much always Backyard Bowl. Like every week we've just seen tons of Backyard Bowl. It's definitely like the community favorite across the tournaments that we've had, but it's going to be Gem Grab and Heist. So let's see which Gem Grab map we do get. I think we've seen 3 different maps today. So Gem Grab, we've been having a reasonable variety across the course of the day. Heist, it would be the first Heist we've seen today, if I'm not mistaken. If it did go to the 3rd. games. So we'll have to wait and see what the picks will be from Daruma, and then more importantly for me at least is what brawlers we end up with banned, because I've been talking about it all day. I want to see some kind of sideways strategies. I want to see someone doing something a little bit more interesting. So we'll have to wait and see whether that's going to come through. But Daruma looking to pick the maps next, and we'll see what battlefield they would like to face their opponents on.
Yeah, what I really like looking into the drafts is if the maps basically have similar strong brawlers on it, so that it gives like an incentive for the teams to ban specific brawlers because they are good on multiple of the maps in the in the match. So that's really one of the elements I always look into. As if we get, for example, another open map for Jam Grab, we could end up having maybe even like a Piper ban. That would not be something stupid to do, because Piper is so strong on backyard ball, is strong on other Gem Grab maps as well. So that is like kind of the element I'm hoping to see more as well come in, where people not only look like at the ban modes and the modes and map picks individually, that they also combine like the brawler ban all the way up in that process. Because if you look right now, Daruma, they have the power to pick 2 maps plus ban a brawler still. So they can kind of decide to go for, I don't know, if they go for 2 open maps, they could ban brawlers that are really good in open maps, or that they really don't like facing in open maps, and have that extra dynamic coming into play. So I'm honestly just curious to see what kind of maps we're going to be playing on.
Yeah, me too. Daruma taking their sweet time deciding the maps. I'm not going to lie, because I'm sure makers are curious what the maps we're going to be playing on are as well. Daruma is still figuring it out. And let's bear in mind, this is a team that are very clearly very cognizant of the strategies that they run. So I can kind of understand why this would be a very big decision for them, kind of flicking through the strategy book and trying to decide, okay, what are we going to run here today? What can we do against makers specifically? Because we have seen multiple different versions of Daruma in that quarterfinal. The scoreline at the end of things was damn close, so they definitely will need to think things through. Makers on the other side, they've had some pretty confident series across the course of today. Like, Makers looked really, really good earlier on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if makers have already secured their spot for the playoffs. I think they have, but it's definitely unexpected to have outplayed beating Tribe and just still standing a chance to qualify. Because if I'm correct right now, Tribe, they definitely qualify. There's no way around it. They are going to the playoffs. Makers, they were in second place. They did have a lead comparing to Outplayed, but both Outplayed and Stop, what is their team name now? Stop Harder? Spot Harder.
Spot Harder.
I was close enough. The letters were
SH.
But yeah, they both still have a chance of qualifying, and they're both still in the tournament. So it's going to be really interesting regarding who is going to steal points essentially away between the other teams in the semifinal. And if that could be enough to impact Makers, I don't think it is. But Makers, just for sake of security, they're going to play this one well. They got to make it to the finals and secure their spots.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Map pick comes through here. It's going to be Minecart Madness when it comes to Gem Grab. And then the final one would be coming through shortly. Apparently, the delay that we're having is a language barrier, because obviously, if you don't play in English, the map's names probably don't directly translate in the same way that you would expect. So it could be a little bit difficult to exactly show which map is being
the maps
selected.
And even the game modes are named in the is named differently in every language. So for us English speakers, we don't really think about it too much, but in Spain it's going to have its own name, in France it's going to have its own name, Italian, etc., 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 which means that if you're you know, if you're like looking at the band and then the draft and they say like a crazy map name you've never heard of in another language, I can get how that can be confusing.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully we can get out the little. I'm sure I've got a travel dictionary upstairs somewhere for some common Spanish phrases. I don't know if Minecart Madness is a common Spanish phrase, but I'm sure some of the words will be useful. We can have a little Spanish lesson on stream. I don't know if the rumor is a Spanish team specifically, but we had some Spanish teams on earlier, so that's what's in my head.
I think they are. Makers are more international. I know they have Nuna, which is Swiss. I'm not sure of the nationality of the other players in Makers, actually.
Well, certainly feeling neutral if they've got a Swiss player on the team. We'll see how it's all going to go down. So how was your week, Teddy? I feel like we're
are we
at the point now where we're
man?
kind of just chatting away, waiting for the map picks to come on through.
I mean,
aside from dealing with the fly, obviously.
Oh, you can probably see where the fly is through my eyes, like where I am looking, because I'm terrified of it. It's just, it's been a lot of like my mental strength going towards like hunting the fly. It's not worked out yet. I'm sure by next week it will have died by natural or unnatural causes, but we're not there yet. We have our third
unnatural causes. This like sci-fi going on at Teddy's house right now. We do have our maps coming through. Sorry, go on. What were you saying? I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about the fly anymore. We've established it's here.
Fair enough.
But GG Mortuary is here as well for our third map.
Yeah,
that's gonna be an interesting one.
That feeds into the sci-fi theme as well. We could have some spooky ghosts and things. Like, you never know. It is in Mortuary at the end of the day. But that is our three maps locked on in, which means we can move on to our brawler bands now and get this series underway. And if the players aren't ready by the time these brawlers are locked in, after having this much time to figure out the draft, I'll be very upset with our players. But we'll have to see what the brawler bands are going to be coming on into this one. So we talked a little bit earlier, Teddy, about, you know, if the maps are similar themes, there would be significant brawler bands. Do you feel like that's happened? Because Minecart Madness and Backyard Bowl don't really seem too similar to me.
Well, if you just look at them like in general, no, they're not. But they have one brawler that excels, at least in today's meta and this week's meta, on all three of those maps. And it's going to be Brock. Because we've seen him on Backyard Brawl a lot, and Minecart Madness, almost every game you watch on Minecart Madness today had a Brock in it, using that new gadget. And in GG Mortuary, the difficult part of it is getting access towards that safe. And having a Brock that can destroy those walls that basically usually are there to deny access to the safe makes it so your entire team and your opponents as well are going to be circulating and having a much smoother flow in that map. So I'm thinking we're going to see a lot of Brock in this matchup.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see if the rumor are willing to ban the Brock. Again, they have been one of the teams that's been willing to change up strategies a little bit. Maker's actually banning the Poco as well. And
yeah, I think that's very interesting. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go for it.
It feels like it's more of a like systemic ban, like an automatic ban for them, because I don't feel like Poco is really good in any of those maps. Especially in Heist, like who plays Poco in Heist? It's happened in the past, but not very often. And we have Nani. Did you expect
Nani being banned away? I didn't expect it, but okay. you said who plays Poco in Heist, so I was putting my hand up because I play Poco in every game. But yeah, Nani gonna be the ban again. Not a ban I was expected to see coming out today. It's a pick that you barely expect to see. Never mind a ban.
Yeah, it's really curious once again. I mean, I feel like Nani is good on Minecart Madness and on Backyard Brawl and can be utilized on Mortuary as well, but still not the most solid ban. I'm thinking that both teams are comfortable with their brawlers, with the meta brawlers at the moment. They just feel like those two are usually their biggest threat. So they just want to ban them, not because they're the strongest, but because they don't plan on playing them themselves, and might as well make sure your opponents don't play it either, especially if you are confident and comfortable with most of the meta brawlers at the moment.
Yeah, and quite often it can be like a bit of a tale of what you're expecting your opponents to play and try and remove an aspect of that, even if you don't think it's necessarily the strongest. Like, for example, we've seen Daruma are quite happy to bring out these tank compositions. What's really good in a tank composition? Poco is. So makers are like, get rid of the Poco, and it removes some of the options of going for the tank composition. Now, we've seen Daruma play a tank composition without Poco anyway, so it's still possible, but you can kind of see the direction that they're going with that one, and I guess a similar line of logic could be derived from the ban coming out from Daruma as well. So now that our draft is done, with arguably the longest draft we've had in the whole of Brawl Masters, hopefully we'll be able to get this game underway, because as I said before, Teddy, I'm hyped for these semifinals. I want to see some gameplay. I want to get into the matches here and see who our top teams are.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while now, you know, since we got really in-game. I'm starting to forget what the game looks like. But it's looking like we are slowly but surely ready to hop in. And, I mean, this is going to be an exciting one. This is going to be an exciting one because we are getting started now. I mean, that's not the reason it's exciting, but
I mean, it is pretty exciting, though. You have to admit, it's pretty exciting. Mr. Lennon stepping up forwards. Is Stop Rob going to be on the spike? I think that's the first spike we've seen today, actually, which I didn't notice that as a trend, but actually that's kind of crazy when you consider how popular spike usually is.
Yeah, I feel like he's getting overshined by a lot of those new gadgets and brawlers that obviously hold on to those gadgets. But I think we've seen him once or twice today, but that's it.
This is a weird round so far. Because you got Stop Rob was basically alone trying to attack while the rest of the team just weren't that bothered, I guess. Franco now going to be able to buy some space for his team, gets the ball forwards. Jamie's here, going to pop the gadget to try and get some kills here. Stop Rob just about surviving, but Bruno is going to be stepping on forward, survives the spikes. This is surely going to be a goal here as Franco starts it off nicely.
Yeah, this looked really convincing from Daruma, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure what that early game was. We had some people on the left lane fighting and some people on the right lane. There was no middle. It was a very messy start, but that chaos, that's where Daruma managed to try Bruno!
Oh my god.
That's the power of the new gadget, Manch.
Yeah, it really is. That is what you love to see. Bruno, that was a confident play right there. That was like, you know what? Daruma came into this one and we were like, all right, guys, I'm sorry we took so long in the draft. We'll make up for it. We'll just smash the first map out of the way. We're now back on schedule when it comes to this series because of how fast that first map was from Daruma. Make it up for lost time, apparently. And Makers, I'm not sure if there was like some kind of connection issue or something going on. It felt like Makers, you had one player pushing up really aggressively. And I wasn't seeing kills in the kill feed, but I wasn't seeing any reinforcements coming from the rest of the squad. So I'm not 100% sure if that was some weird strategy. But Stop Rob, he tried. He almost 1v3'd as well. He actually almost made it happen anyway.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird start. I think especially since Bruno, what you would traditionally do if your team gets swept is you go help out whoever is left in a fight. Except Bruno just walked down and he ended up being against Luna and Niso on the bottom right, while Stop Rob was still fighting on that top left lane, so it led to a very awkward positioning. But we are ready with our next game. Some good exchanges so far. First kill goes the way of Franco, but Stop Rob is able to find a trade.
Yeah, we're going to be able to go 1-for-1 so far. Ball's still going to be at the center point as we kick off. Bear in mind, we've got Mr. Lenane on the Piper here, who was an absolute MVP player earlier on today, and now we'll finally find a snipe for himself to start things off a little bit here. And Bruno stepping forward a little bit too aggressively there. It's going to be punished. Now this is the opportunity for Makers to get themselves onto the map. Nice destruction of the wall there. Bruno steps on just to try and clear some space. Lenon does have his charge shot available, but they don't even need it. They're just going to walk it on it.
That was really a flawless attack, just by the book, going step by step, finding the opening, capitalizing on it, finding another kill, slowly cycling those respawns. The shot goes in!
Oh my god. He held that. He held that for a little while there as well. And I thought he was going to change his mind. It looked like it was defendable. It looked like that was going to be blocked, but he managed it. We've had a few of those shots today, Teddy, where these players just find the perfect angle and just like thread the needle to get it in.
Yeah, I think that's what makes Brawl unique in its own way, is that it's not only about control and attacking, defending, what you'd expect from like, you know, most game modes. Here, you also have that extra element where if an opportunity is like large enough, it can still be really slim, but if it's just large enough, that can result in a goal across the map and completely change the way the game is going. Now, Makers, they are all tied up against Daruma. They have a good push going their way. Lenon, he's gonna find another goal.
Mr. Lenon is like the most aggressive Piper you've ever seen. He plays Piper like it's a tank, and he gets away with it every time. I absolutely love to watch this player. Franco's found himself alone in the middle of the map, and Tank Piper steps on forward to take him on face first. Here's Jamie on the defense.
Let's see, do we get a trick
for the
shot?
shot?
Oh my god! No, he does it again. Just adds an extra layer of flavor to that shot. That was absolutely insane. I think we lost Munchable. His brain just like got some lags.
I don't know what to say. That was unbelievable. He was like looking at the shot. He was holding his super. You could see it spinning around him. And he's like, there's two defenders. And I'm like, yeah, no, he's not going to go for the shot. He's like, got your bounce shot, trick shot around the map. I mean, he just won that map by himself. I'm speechless. Over to you, Teddy.
I mean, this is like after that first game where I felt like Daruma were playing individually better than Makers. I was thinking, Lenon, he is that guy that individually is maybe the best in the world. Like he's insanely good. Like his aim, his like positioning, always perfectly on point. And I was thinking he's slacking a bit, and immediately just activates God mode on and goes absolutely wild to clutch up for his team. He's gonna stay on the Piper here.
I feel like that's a very safe statement to make, because all we seem to see him play at the minute is the Piper. He's really loving that pick. Not wrong with the pick as well, but it is going to be Daruma that have started off with control on the map so far.
Yeah, they have a slight gem lead. There are some gems in the middle as well, but Lenon, those shots, he's making the homemade recipe. I mean, he's making his regular shots look like homemade recipe, as they somehow always connect on his opponents. And now the lead goes the way of Makers as they pick up their 6th gem there.
Yeah, good start here from Makers. It felt like Daruma were going to be the ones in control, but Bruno wants to make sure that that statement is true. The minecart kind of ruining this play for them, though, with the Sprout. A lot of zone controllers. They just blast that entrance into the map. Now, 10 gems in favor of Daruma. Something's got to happen, and it does. Mr. Nisso grabs himself a kill here, but it's 10-0. We've got to see something out of the Makers to equalize this game, but the crying emojis are coming out. I think they know that this was done and dusted.
Oh, that was actually a bit closer than it should have been. But Daruma, they managed to take the first game of Gem Grab. And, I mean, we saw them play earlier already on Minecart Madness. It was looking like a pretty good map for them.
I will say, Daruma, they love their 3-game series, don't they? In the quarterfinal as well, we saw Daruma going the full distance they only hit 2 maps, but going to 3 games in each of those sets. It's looking like that could be the case as well, because Makers certainly showed some potential. They had a little bit of a comeback partway through the game, and we saw Makers, when they're angry, they can really make things happen. Most specifically, Lenon. And I'm expecting him to come back in here in game number 2 and show us a little bit more of that magic.
Yeah, I feel like that's the probably the weaker side of Makers, is that if Luna is not performing individually, then the team kind of falls apart, leaves a lot of openings, and they just don't have that insane skill from Luna to make up for it. So I'm excited to see if they can change things. Stop Rob playing really aggressive, gonna find an important kill, and it's looking like Franco right now. He just has nothing he can do. He was blocked by that minecart, completely disabling him from that fight.
Very close to a shot onto Franco there, but manages to dodge it. Disaster. As that is the madness that this map refers to from the minecart. Jamie going to be going down, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Lenon back onto the map, but completely blocked out of the play. Franco will survive the minecart, but his teammate isn't so lucky here. Now Stop Rob trying to get back onto the map here. Should still have gadgets available. Uses one, spins around onto Jamie, grabs a 6th gem, and should be able to get out, but finished off by Bruno. Mr. Nisso trying to grab hold of these gems, but they're eluding him for now. Franco steps up with only 150 HP, but the shots are being blocked by Jamie. He goes down, but he got his teammate out.
Yeah, the teamwork here, putting his teammate's life above his, which makes sense. He was holding the gems, right? That's what you want to do for sure. Stop Rob is going to go down to a good super from Franco. James playing aggressively. Countdown starting from Daruma. There's 12 seconds to interrupt it, but it's not looking too good here. Stop Rob with a super going to get interrupted by the walls from Bruno, but he's not able to find the kill on the brawlers that matter, and that means that Daruma, they tie things up in the sets as they pick up Gem Grab.
Yeah, really, really convincing map here from Daruma. They managed to even things up. So it's 1 apiece now in this series as we move on to our first heist of the day. Now, I will say heist, you kind of usually will give the advantage to long-range brawlers in the maps in general. I think it was more true, though. So definitely a lot of space for weird shenanigans to happen. And Makers, they're being pushed to their limits here in this series. And it does feel a little bit like if Makers can't start off with control in this series, or in the game, sorry, it feels like they struggle to get back into things. This seems like a team that they want to start off strong, and then they're really good at maintaining that control.
Yeah, I think that Heist plays so differently to the 2 game modes we've seen so far. Usually I summarize Heist by being just a decision-making simulator. It's like, when do you push? When do you fall back? Do you go for this fight? Do you let your enemies, do you defend your enemies, or are you gonna go push instead to try to get some damage of your own? A lot of decisions overall, and technically it's a very mathematical game mode, because you have to calculate if your opponents deal more damage than you, whether it's on a 1-on-1 when it's pretty easy, but when it's a 3v3 and you have to think, do those 3 brawlers deal more damage than us if it's the 2 of us pushing up? Those kind of decisions really come in handy, and you have to make them. So I think Heist is about a lot of experience, or if you can go for some very bold plays your opponents don't expect, you can throw them off guard, because it won't be like a usual decision they're used to take.
Yeah, and both of these teams have been happy to go for bold plays, so I'm excited for that concept. I'm also excited about the fact that Heist is one of the game modes that you do see Brock on anyway. We were seeing Brock in Heist long before this gadget came out, so now with the buff to Brock that we've seen coming on through, I feel like Brock is a must pick for this game coming in. Do you think that's fair to say, though, on specifically GG Mortuary? I guess we'll find out, because Mr. Nisso reckons it is.
Yeah, I agree here for sure. We have it on both sides, and look at this. Those walls are just going to disappear. They are just going to disappear as if they never existed, pretty much. And the thing with Brock is his old gadget, the jump, kind of had a similar effect, in the sense that on a personal level he could jump above a wall, but now he can do it permanently. So one gadget is enough to change the map for the entire game, and it also helps his teammates out.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. The only downside is you can also sometimes help out your enemies. If you destroy a wall, then you lose control of the area that you were fighting from. can end up biting you in the bum a little bit here, but nice push coming out. Stop Rob gets low. Jamie's there, though, only on 1,000 HP. Nisso going to be trying to find a shot on through. He's trying to thread the needle in that little gap, but not quite able to do it that time. Bruno steps on in, tries to get a bit of damage for himself. Not a huge amount done, but enough to put some pressure on. Lenane goes in once again. And a couple of shots now over towards the safe, and that's a good little super as well coming out from Nisso to get some work done. Bruno wants to answer, going to use the super just to really chunk away at this safe, but ultimately he's trading on the other side of the map right now. 18% left as Jamie's here to defend. He's being burnt on down, and suddenly Lenane has respawned, and Bruno realizes this is not a push that can go on forever. Stop Rob's there though, and Bruno, he made a bit of a questionable decision on that one.
Yeah, it was a very big gamble to make, especially since Carl doesn't deal quite as much damage on that save compared to a Brock or a Spike, especially that Spike. I don't know much if you've seen it before, but the Spike, when it pops his gadget on the safe, deals insane amounts of damage. Like, I think with 3 gadgets, you can destroy a safe, or almost destroy a safe.
You basically just explode individually and hope the safe is near enough that it works out. Yeah, great stuff coming out from Makers. The Spike and in combination with the Brock as well. Like, you have so much damage. And you don't even have, like, at least for Brock, you don't even have to get that close. You just got to be within max range and you'll be able to just burst it on down. So the rumor, suboptimal decision making coming out at the end of that one, but it was a fairly close race on the safe. So I feel like Daruma felt that they weren't winning out the long game, so they had to do something and hope that Makers would respond. But as you say, this is a game mode about mathematics, right? Figuring out if they can out DPS you, and Makers basically said, you can't out DPS us. There's no way you can do this. So they just close out the game.
Exactly, and I think where it gets even more interesting is that you have probabilities out of it as well, right? Because when the Carl decided to push on his own, he had to take into account how likely is it that my teammates can defend their push and that my own push is valuable at all. And I'm guessing he calculated it was likely it would happen, or at least he was ready to take the gamble. But at this time, it didn't go his way, so now it's match point for Makers.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that's like, you know what? It was a calculated risk, but man, am I bad at maths. All right, now moving on to the map. Lenane trying to get an advantage here. Franco is going to be alone in the middle and inevitably will go down. Use one last gadget just to destroy a wall there. Stop Rob trying to move on forward. Stop Rob's already used 2 gadgets, if I'm not mistaken, there as well. So a lot of that safe DPS going to be used. They're just going to have to rely more on the consistent DPS, and that'll be the 3rd gadget as well. But Stop Rob surviving, gets taken out from the side by Franco. In rolls Lenane to try and answer that one, and Franco should go down here as well. A little pirate emoji flashed. Well, I'm feeling good about his position in the game.
Yeah, so far, decent start from Makers again, but in the end, they've only found 5% damage. We'll make it a bit more there.
My goodness.
He's having a good time here. He does manage to get that save down to 74% now, and that means a 26% lead for Makers, because, Munch, I am good at math.
You certainly are. That's why they hire you, because I'm certainly not. So I'm glad I've got you on the team here. But yeah, big advantage now for Makers. Jamie trying to move in and kind of answer for that, but he'll be taken down, so 1-for-1. I might have found an opportunity here as he looks to get behind Bruno. Franco's taken out to the side. Tick getting in and throwing some mines. And look at this from Makers. They're like, we don't care about tick damage. We don't care about that. We're just going to outrace you. We're just going to finish this safe off. A couple more shots would do the trick, but Franco takes one down. Jamie's there defending as well. Stop Rob. Throws his super. Another couple of shots would do the trick. 5%, 4%, and there goes Lenane to finish the game off.
Yeah, what an unbelievable performance from Makers tonight. They are gonna be seen in the finals later on, facing the winners between Outplayed and Spot Harder. I was gonna say Stop Harder again. It is a tough one because there's Stop Rob as well on Makers.
Yeah.
Right? And my brain just doesn't want to.
And they change their name every week on top of it all, so they're not helping us out here. But yeah, Wow, Makers managing to make it happen in the end. And I think the most important thing to take away from that is the fact that these guys very clearly have Heist figured out. Like multiple times across those 2 games, we saw situations where Daruma try and put pressure on and Makers go, okay, we'll race you. Deal. We're happy to take this trade any day of the week. And Daruma, unfortunately, just weren't ready for that. So at the end of the day, in terms of maps, it is 4-3. But when it comes down to matches, it is 2-1. And it means Makers move forward in our bracket. So, Teddy, that means it's time for our second semi-final. Outplayed against Spot Harder. And Outplayed, if they can win this one, they can make it to top 3 and snag one of those playoff spots.
Exactly. Like indirectly, Spot Harder obviously have to win this one too, because if they wouldn't, they would give the points to Outplay that could take them out of the top 3.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
They're already kind of safe, but on the other hand, obviously if they lose, they give the points to the other team that needs them. So they need to win this one, both teams. Basically, whoever wins this one is gonna go to the playoffs, if I'm correct. At this point, we know most of the time I am, but I do.
And really modest as well. So.
No, but
yeah, I think you're right though on that one. I think you're right. Certainly, Stop Harder or Spot. You've got it in my head now. If Spot Harder wins, they are definitely in playoffs for sure. Outplayed, maybe have to win the finals, but I'm not 100% certain on that one. Either way, the key thing to take away from this one is that the other semi-final was a really exciting matchup because of the teams playing. This one is an incredibly exciting matchup, not just because of the teams playing, but also there's a lot riding on this one. When it comes to playoffs, when it comes to making it to finals, this series will mean everything. So we've got to see some magic coming out from our 2 teams. And with how they've been playing today, I've got to say, coming in, I'm feeling like Spot Harder are the favorites because they have been destroying teams left and right.
Yeah, I think I would agree, but Outplay did beat Tribe, the favorite of every single qualifier we've had so far, pretty much. So I don't know, man. I haven't seen them beat Tribe. Maybe Tribe played extremely sloppy. Who knows? But the fact is they did beat them. So coming into this semifinal where both teams are in a do-or-die situation regarding the playoffs, I don't know, man. I feel like if I had watched the Tribe versus Outplayed match, I would be able to come in with like a reasonable prediction. But here it's like, on one hand, you have a team that played really good today against some decent teams, and we've seen it. We've seen how convincing it was, and on the other hand, you have Outplayed that beat Tribe, the best team in today's qualifier, and we just don't know how it happened, what happened. We just have the result of it. So I'm expecting a close match. I'm hoping for a close match because before we've already seen some matches where a team beats a favorite or a really solid team, and somehow the next match they completely flop. So it wouldn't be the first time that happens, but on the other hand, we've had teams like Russian Elite in the first qualifiers that beat SK and then were unbeatable until the rest, until Tribe shut them down. So I don't know. I really just don't know.
We'll have to wait and see, honestly. Outplayed against Spot Harder here. You can see the draft on your screen. It's Super Stadium on Brawl Ball, or Brawl Ball on Super Stadium, I should say. Gem Grab on Merch Fort, and then Bounty on Canal Grande to round it out as well. It's going to be Sprout and Colette banned away. 2 bans that we've seen a reasonable amount of both. Sprout certainly can do wonders on all 3 of these maps, so not too surprised to see him taken away by Outplayed here. But Brock going to be in existence here. You'd expect to see a good amount of Pam across, especially Merch Fort. I feel like Pam is almost a must on that map. I'm curious what we see on Super Stadium, though, because that is going to be our first game here, Ted.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Mori passing forward here. Naru finds a good kill to at least get the trade onto his teammate that fell earlier. Frustrator, he finds the shot, but Mori just manages to save it in time. That was a close one.
That was real close. And now with the gadget coming out, Eric just gets out of range. One of the bees hit him at the end, but it wasn't enough to finish the job. But it is Outplayed back in control of things here. Eric having to back away, burned up a little bit. as they step forwards as well. Maru blinks over the wall aggressively to try and make a play, but he only trades 1-for-1 here. Gadget comes out, but the hook coming from Eric means that it's just not good enough.
Yeah, Spot Harder now their second chance to find a goal. They have a good position here, but they're playing it a bit scared in the middle. And Mori is gonna find Eric. Good kill there. Gonna make sure that Spot Harder have to slow things down a bit. Maru finds a kill of his own and now outplayed. They have a good man advantage. They're looking to play more aggressively and get up close near that red goal.
Maru managing to blink away there from the pull coming out. And the Gene, here we go. The B's flying around all sides here. Maru steps up to go Surge on Surge. Now they can go for the shot and they will be able to get it at him. The one on point to score the goal. Outplayed 1-0 now. So Maru immediately goes for the rank up, as does his opponent here. And once again, we reset, and this has been actually a very close, very tense game fighting for mid control.
Yeah, it's been really close. I feel like Spot Harder had more chances, but Outplayed, they were just able to capitalize on them a bit more. And something I just want to point out was that that goal is that there is that one frame where Max is gonna go through the ball during her gadget, and the shot was just perfectly timed by Adam to make sure that either she would not use her gadget and not reach the ball, or use the gadget and not be able to catch it anyway.
Yeah, really, really beautifully done. 10 seconds on the clock here. This is the opportunity. Can they score the goal? Eric's there to make sure it happens. One apiece in the last 3 seconds to make sure we go to overtime. Mori steps forward. Going to be on the B. Keep your eyes on Eric, though, because a pull could turn this game around right now. In they go, but taken down. Maru, the first one to fall.
Yeah, so far, props to Adam. I feel like he's been doing a good job so far in overtime, considering Barley is one of the worst brawlers for overtime. He is getting pushed by Frustrator. Mori finds a good kill, using his teammate Barley as a bit of a bait, but the snipe comes in. Mori goes down as well, and Maru with a short shot. It's not gonna go in.
That's the kind of attempt you've got to make, though, in that situation. Just look for the miracle play. Look for the way to get your team back onto things here. Eric with the ball, and they've got to look for a save here. Frustrator wanting the charge shot, and he gets it between 3 players. He finds his target, and Frustrator, the one to make it happen in the end.
That was close, but Spot Harder, even when it looked desperate for them, they managed to clutch, push things to overtime to then get the third and final goal to lock game number 1 in Brawl Ball. I mean, this was already a good start for this match, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is going to be a series right here. This is going to be good. These two teams seem very evenly matched. I've just been told as well by production that if Outplayed win, they will be guaranteed at least a tie with Spot Harder, but they will have the head-to-head tiebreaker because they'll have just played to get to that tie. So if Outplayed win, they will not only make it to top 3, but they will take Spot Harder's spot in the top 3. So Outplayed, if they can make it happen, they're going to ruin Spot Harder's night.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just checking if I got it correctly. So if I understand everything right, there's 3 scenarios, right? First is Spot Harder is going to win this match, and then they qualify and Outplayed doesn't. Second one is Outplayed wins this match, but loses in the finals, and then it's all tied up, and we end up having a tiebreaker between those 2 teams.
But in the tiebreaker, it's head-to-head first. And so because Outplayed would have the head-to-head over Spot Harder, they win the tiebreaker by default.
Okay. So if Outplayed win this one, they... Okay, fair enough. I was a bit confused, but I get it now. Perfect.
Yeah. So I was on the same page as you, but it's even simpler than that because the head-to-head matchup would just be in favor of Outplayed. But here we go. Spot Harder, they're the ones to start things off. And let's be honest, for Spot Harder, it is as simple as just eliminate them and they're good to go. They were the ones to win the first map here in the set. And now it's down to Outplay to try and even things up.
Adric gonna go for the dive, is able to dodge the shot with his gadget the slow from Murray will make sure he goes down. Anyways, Frustrator, what a gadget to get that charge shot into the goal. That was very well played.
Dude, Frustrator is consistently one of my favorite players to watch. He's so on point with making these clutch plays happen. Every single week we see it from him. And he does it again with that goal. Now, huge advantage for Spot Harder. One more goal, and they will take this set on Brawl Ball and put themselves on match point when it comes to the series here. Maru does manage to find himself a kill there. They're going to be able to move up. Can they finish this one off? 81 HP here for Adri. But it's enough to dissuade Maru from going too aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Not only was Adri still alive, the respawn was slowly coming in for Eric, making it a much more of a gamble for Maru if he wanted to go for the dive onto the goal. He is going to pop that level 4 surge, meaning that we have 2 stage 4 surges on the map right now, and that's going to deal massive amounts of damage if brawlers on either teams decide to play it up close together. Maru, low HP, does manage to survive. A lot of healing coming in from Adam, clutching up there with that heal, actually keeping his teammates alive, but he goes down himself. The pass onto Maru, charge shot not gonna go in, and we only have 15 seconds left as that final countdown comes in.
And that's all Spot Harder need. They just have to play defensively for 10 more seconds. But the players are going down. Adri falls as well. Maru is going to be able to get the goal. And once again, we go to overtime within the last 5 seconds of the round.
Yeah, and now we have Adam on the Barley once again. Gonna be a weak link as Barley just does so bad once those walls are gone. Eric with a good kill there. Actually, Adri the one to close it out. Mori looking to hit those charge shots, will find the finish onto Eric as another charge shot, and will find Adri as well, but they will trade each other out. This is close right now. Both teams not able to capitalize on those kills, turn them into goals and essentially into games, because in overtime 1 goal is enough to win an entire game.
Absolutely. 1 goal will do it. 13 seconds on the clock, and it's outplayed. The one's in position to be aggressive, but it looks like Spot Harder, they just want a tie right now. Mori goes for the shot, but it's blocked by Adri at the last possible second. Kicks it over to Frustrator. 2 seconds on the clock. I don't think they can do it. Burns down. Atom finishes the kill, and it means we finish things in a draw.
All right, first draw of the day. I've heard some stories about NA yesterday where there were a lot of draws in Brawl Ball in the same match. Hopefully we don't get to that. I mean, it makes it last for longer, right? But if there's no goals, I feel like Brawl Ball isn't the most entertaining either. So we're hoping for plenty of goals coming into our third game, technically. Second, if you look at the scores of Brawl Ball. And what did you think of this one, Munch?
It's an interesting one because it felt like both teams were a little cautious to be too over aggressive. I think after that first game, we've got 2 teams now that very clearly respect each other and know that they can't just be cheeky. You know, they can't do anything just completely crazy. So it felt like a very respectful game from both teams, which means that obviously you see high level of play, but you also see low aggression when it comes to the play itself. I will say though, I'm curious what happens compositionally now, whether we do see things changing up coming into game number 2, because certainly we've seen a lot of things like Piper, for example, earlier on today, that in the sort of long-range duels that we're seeing a lot of can do exceptionally well. To be able to just find that one pick that opens up the map. Also, obviously, you can destroy the terrain, but then holding super on Piper isn't that big of a deal because it's a defensive super. So you've always got that person there that has a charge shot ready when the opportunity arises.
Yeah, definitely. I really agree with your analysis here. And at this point, I just want to see how it comes down into the gameplay. We've already been teased enough in that previous game, in my opinion. And I think both teams have a very similar level. I'm just really thrilled to see them play again because we are ready to hop in, Munch.
We certainly are. So outplayed once again, going to be on our blue side here. And if you're just joining us, Spot Harder, They've won the first game of this series. They're trying to turn it into a set. We had a tie on our hands, but they are not looking for another one. Spot Harder immediately slam a goal on in, starting off this map in style now. Eric immediately with the gadget looking for some kills. It's Maru to go down, but it's traded. Atom gets the kill to answer it. And now Adri alone in the will for just a moment or two. Mori steps on up, but shot will be blocked. That was a little bit janky. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't sure if that was just going to go through him. But now, 3 men strong from Spot Harder, and it's their turn to attack, Teddy.
Yeah, so far, Spot Harder, they had a good start. I just want to point out Frustrator utilizing that new gadget so well, and mostly Outplay just not being ready for it. Because I feel like it's a strong gadget, but in Brawl Ball, at the, once teams are used to it, they won't leave the same kind of openings. But here it was straight up open, and it's the second time in this set where Frustrator manages to get a free goal because of it. Adam almost returns the favor there, but not quite gonna happen. He goes down. Mori does find an important kill as his teammate goes down, but gets traded out by Eric. Maru gonna be last to defend, but Adam has respawned and is back to help his teammates out.
That was a really, really nice save from Adri as well, blinking into the way, blinking forward this time, though, as he gets onto Mori. Oh, got 2 players so low, but he could only finish one of them off. That would have been the play to win the game if he could have finished the second kill there. Eric now on the ball, but needs to be careful. Atom the one to go down as Maru being aggressive on the left. He has a rank up available as well. He can go full surge, as it were, over on the left of the map. Adri, on the meantime, needs to be cautious. This B gadget will just about survive the damage, but it was close.
Yeah, that B gadget's so dangerous once players start to, play defensively, stay around their base. Frustrator goes down to Maru. Maru almost finds a second one, but gets traded out. 10 seconds left. Outplayed. If they want to have a chance at winning this set, they need a kill, and they need it right now. It's not gonna happen, Munch. And Spot Harder, they take the Brawl Ball set away from Outplay.
And what a close map that was. My goodness, having a tie in the middle of it all, but Spot Harder, they get the 2-0 on the scoreboard. So, while the 2-0 may not be representative of the gameplay that we saw, it doesn't matter. All that matters is the big old number 1 that you see over on the very right of the scoreboard. Spot Harder now with a set in the bag. They can get a second one and they will move forward into our finals today. And Outplayed will not be able to qualify through this open qualifier. The opposite can be said, though, if Outplayed can win out Gem Grab.
Yeah, we talked about it before this match started, right? Where we have a situation where one of those teams is definitely going to qualify for the playoffs, but the other one, the one that loses this match, not so much. So it's really going to be important here for both teams to get their top performance, because they can directly influence who's going to qualify or not between the two teams here. Because it's not like, sometimes where you have to see if you win and your opponent, or like another opponent on the other side of the bracket loses, if you're going to have enough points. Here it's straightforward. The winner of this match is going to the playoffs. The loser is going home. So a lot on the line. Definitely a lot on the line.
It is as simple as that. And Spot Harder, they're the ones in position to be that winner. Emojis across the board as we start this one off. And Mori jumps forward.
Oh, it's not the right set.
Okay.
They played
they're on Brawl Ball again.
Yeah.
We've clicked the wrong map. So that would be why there's emojis across the board. I did think that looked a little bit shenanigan-y. And it will be. So they're just going to go in, throw the 2 goals in, just restart this one and get ourselves onto Gem Grab. Obviously, we're meant to be going into Gem Grab, not into Brawl Ball, so we'll be changing the maps. But hey, good to see the players on camera again, eh, Teddy?
Well, I was thinking already that the gems were oddly looking like a ball. But anyway, it was confirmed. It was Brawl Ball, so makes sense that they were not really trying this one out. There is one consequence of this, is that they are aware of the comps coming into this game.
That's true.
They kind of leaked out.
They didn't change anything, though, so fair competition here. Nobody gonna pull any shenanigans off the back of it. We have a Gene on both sides. Max versus Tara on the left, and Pam versus Carl on the right here. Let's remember that a lot of pressure on Outplayed to win this game out. Atom knows it as he wins his 1v1. Same can be said in the middle as well. And it is Outplayed. They gain control, but the hook misses coming out from Mori there. As Maru pushes aggressively, jumps on over. Oh, I say jumps, got pulled on over and taken down.
Yeah, we are slowly going towards some control in favor of Spot Harder, but Mori is holding on to 5 gems, and he should be able to keep them safe for now. Eric, something you don't really see very often, as a Gene pushing behind enemy lines. He is going to get pushed back, has that pull available, but he's basically just home delivering a gem to
I was going to say, yeah. He's just like the gem delivery service right now for the side of Outplayed, as that one's just going to be sat there. They can go, they don't even need to, they're in no rush to get it either. They can go get that later. Atom pressuring onto Frustrator. That was all of the gems Spot Harder had. Luckily, Eric was there to pick them up for his team, but now 8 gems strong. Maru, if he can grab this one in the middle, that would be enough to finish it off, because there is still the 1 gem over in the base right now. 4 in the hands of Eric here. Maru on the Tara trying to pressure. One more little bit of damage, and that's going to be that. Frustrator goes down as well. And I mean, there's nothing Adri can do alone.
We are getting close to Outplayed closing this game here. Frustrator just a bit desperate at this point. Gonna get pulled by Mori as well. Maru is low HP, but he's able to survive, meaning that Outplay, not that it would have mattered if he went down, by the way. But yeah, Outplayed, they take game number 1 of Gem Grab.
Yeah, Mori obviously had 10 gems there, so they were quite happy to just be a little bit more aggressive and Outplayed. It's good to see them get a set going here for themselves, because after how close Brawl Ball was and then it finishing ultimately in a 2-0, that would have been really awful, honestly, for Outplayed. So good for them to be able to get the first map going in their favor. And now going into the second map, if they can get this one 2-2 straight back to back, we'll have to see if they can finish things off over on Bounty. But Spot Harder, they still have a chance to close this one out if they can win the next map, if they can push this to the full 3 games.
Yeah, this is a close match. Even Brawl Ball, which was a 2-0, honestly felt more like a 2-1, maybe even a 3-2. Let's make it a best of 5 in our heads, you know? But it felt much closer than the scores really indicate. And this Gem Grab game we've had here was the most one-sided game so far, and it went the way of Outplayed, technically the underdogs at this point in this matchup.
Yeah, they certainly have been the underdogs, but I mean, ultimately, with how close this series has been, it does feel like this is deciding who the underdog is. This is deciding who the better team is. But it doesn't feel like either team isn't performing today. And now Spot Harder, they're looking to answer the first map here with a win of their own. 4 gems to 0 and complete control of the middle of the map so far. Maru pushing aggressively up, but he's only got 500 HP to work with. Adri survives his attack. Eric should be able to finish this one off, but he misses the shot, pulled in himself and taken down. Maru is going Super Saiyan in this game.
Yeah, he is playing this really well. Mori as well. I mean, they have similar names. They are known as one of the better duos in this game. And they are playing together very well. You can see that they don't hesitate to leave the middle for a bit, to go hunt for a kill, or to pick up some drop gems. I really like the synergy between those 2 players.
Yeah, honestly, it's something beautiful to watch. And Outplayed now back in control. Another kill goes their way. I mean, I don't see a way that Spot Harder can do anything about this one. Eric, unless he can find some miracle pull, but he doesn't even have his super available just yet. 9 seconds on the clock. If he can get his super, if he can find a pull.
Oh, Maru gets pulled.
In the meantime, I was looking at the wrong player. It was Adri that's going to make the play here. And Frustrator gets another one as well. They've turned it completely on its head.
How did Outplayed let this slip away? I think they spread out too much, man. But they do have 2 pulls available. Could make the difference here. 5 seconds left. Maru barely manages to dodge the pull, but the pull comes through from Mari anyways. but they're not able to retrieve the gems, so we still have a countdown going Spot Harder's way.
Yeah, we do have a pull available. Oh no, it was used by Eric, but didn't quite find a target here. Maru pushing in from the side. Atom very low, spinning around, but can't get closer to the target. 2 seconds.
Oh, but Eric gets shut down.
Mori does it again. And once again, we go back to the countdown. Once again, outplayed Hold On.
Yeah, but this time all gems are on Frustrator, which is going to make it a bit easier to protect the VIP. Maru looking to push up. There's no time.
My goodness, after such an intense round, it is going to be Spot Harder that managed to grab themselves a win here, which means we are 1 apiece on Gem Grab, which means we're going to map number 3 on Gem Grab. And this map is going to decide the series if Spot Harder can win it. But outplayed, they're looking to hold on. They're looking to push us to the full 3 maps and push us to Bounty.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, props to them, because that first set was close, but in the end, they did lose it 2-0. And without momentum, without a comfortable start, they managed to keep everything calm, stay, cold-headed, and get into that game with a lot of strength, a lot of versatility, and now it's 1-1. So I'm excited to see who between those 2 teams is going to take the set. For Outplay, that means tying things up, pushing things to set number 3. For Spot Harder, that means going to the finals and to the playoffs.
Mori, the one in the middle of the map to start it off here, is, as you rightly say, the fight for playoffs is really heating up right now, and it's in favor of Spot Harder. The pressure is on Outplayed to make this one happen, and they've started things off strong with mid-control here. Frustrator looking for a flank, though, and he's found himself on the wrong side of the map. Will get taken down in the end. Valiant effort from him. Adri moves in, but chunked on out. Will find a 1-for-1, but once again, alone on the wrong side of the map here. Adri does have a pull available, but finished off by Atom, and they've got a spare gem over in their base as well.
Yeah, that's always going to add a bit more value. Mari is not going to pick it up just yet. Doesn't need to. The odds of someone walking there from Spot Harder and picking it up are very low. We are going to have a Tara trade, both Taras going down here, but that means that Spot Harder, they are in a 2-on-1 situation because they want to fight on the right lane as well.
Rory managing to step forward and grab that gem for himself. Will heal up just a little bit. Great pull from Adri. Will find 1 kill for himself, and the rest of the team doing the rest of the work. Beautifully done here. And now 10, 11 gems in favor of Spot Harder. Mori has his pull available. Going to need some magic, though, as they take 1 kill down. They've got to find a pull on either of these players to stop the game ending.
Yeah, their plan here was to go as the rest of
right now. It's over.
Yeah, no time. No time. Frustrator, from, a newbie's perspective, that push could not have looked so good because he just went in and died immediately. But he bought those 2-3 seconds that in the end Outplayed needed to take the win, and that means that Spot Harder will be going to the next round and thus also go to the playoffs. So big congratulations to them. As soon as the leaderboards are ready, we will see the 3 teams that make it to the playoffs, but there might still be some possibilities for changes regarding who places 2nd and 3rd, and that can definitely influence the seeding. And apparently no change is possible, so we'll see it from ourselves soon enough on the leaderboards. But what a match, Munch.
So we're now playing for prize pool, and we're playing for pride at this point in the series. So that is going to be Spot Harder taking this one down 2-0 in the end over Outplayed. This is going to be our final leaderboard, not necessarily in total points, but in terms of where teams are going to be finishing here. It's Tribe, then it's Makers, and then it is Spot Harder. So with that series in the bags, we're going to be going into our finals in just a few minutes time. But first, we're going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be an absolute banger of a final. You don't want to miss this one. We'll see you in a few minutes time. This is the Brawl Masters, and it is finals o'clock. I'm ready to get on into this one already. I know Teddy is as well, because I was just talking to him a second off stream. It's Spot Harder against Makers here. Two teams that I don't think many people were expecting to be our two finalists here today, especially with some of the other teams in the bracket, but they've made the upsets happen, and they've made it all the way here. Teddy, before we get into this one, I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Who are you backing on this one? Who's your favorite coming into this?
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. Both teams almost seemed unbeatable tonight, to be honest. I'm just gonna go for Makers because I have some friends in that team, and I don't want to make enemies tonight. No, that's not the reason, but I do think they're a very solid team. I think this is gonna be a close one, and even if it's not close, I feel like it's super hard to predict this one. I don't remember seeing them play against each other ever, which they probably did. We might have casted it as well, but there's been so many games that I don't remember how it would have gone. We are gonna go to the brackets real quick to see how those teams got to this position, and we can go super quickly through their journey in this qualifier. You have Spot Harder from the left side of the bracket beating Outplayed, Tribe Gaming, and Apen Esports. And then on the other hand, Makers, they had to beat Blows, Humble, and Daruma EC. So definitely a slightly easier bracket on Makers' side of things. But those teams they beat, even though they look easier, they did manage to beat teams such as SK Gaming and Russian Elite. So
yeah,
honestly, I feel like this is a pretty even match, and I'm gonna go for Makers, but I wouldn't be surprised if I get this one wrong.
I'm going the other way on this one. I'm backing Spot Harder here because I feel like some of the games that Spot Harder have showed us have been really, really brutal. So I feel like they've got a lot of clutch factor on that team, and I'm hoping we get to see that really push to its limits here, because this is a final. It's all about the money and it's all about the pride. This is not just about seeding, because seeding's already decided at this point. This is about deciding who is going to be the kings of our third qualifier. It's going to be Backyard Bowl, it's going to be Crystal Arcade, and then Shooting Star as our three maps. And now over to the bans as we look towards what these two teams want to remove from the table. Now in our last series, or in fact no, in the series with Makers and their opponent in the semi-finals, I believe it was Makers banning the Poco, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if they're going to repeat that ban coming in here.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Once again, looking at the maps, I don't think that's a very strong ban. It's not the worst, but I feel like they could go for something a bit more specific to those maps. And we have a Colette ban. I feel like Colette is a bit surprising as a ban to me very often, because she is strong, but even when she's not banned, I don't see her played all that much. You know, do you know what I mean, Munch? Like, I see her played a bit, but I don't feel like she's like the outstanding.
Yeah, she's still only like a fringe pick anyway, right? It doesn't feel like there's many teams that are going to be like, oh no, Colette's banned, we can't win anymore, you know? So I think the reason that a lot of these teams are banning Colette is it's kind of like we want the meta picks, we don't want to remove something too standard, and Colette's something that we don't really play that much, and maybe the opponent might go for a Colette. So it's just kind of a safe ban that's not going to dramatically impact the way that the game's going to be played.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is kind of like more of a security ban where they are comfortable with most of the meta picks. They know that they want to bring them in themselves. So why ban them? Just ban something that's a bit less strong, even though Colette is still a really decent brawler. But just to make sure they don't encounter her, because they won't be playing her. So it's a 100% effective ban. That's something myself as a player in tournaments sometimes I tend to want to ban like a really strong brawler, but that also means that me or my team won't be able to play it. So that's definitely something to take into account. And Carl, I think it's the first Carl ban we've seen ever.
Second, I think. We saw one earlier on today. I don't remember who banned it, but I remember basically thinking that exact same sentence earlier on today when Carl was banned away. So yeah, the new gadget definitely changing the way the face of the meta looks for Carl. And we've had some really impressive Carl play across the course of today. So I think that's a much more reasonable ban than it would seem on face value if you've watched previous weeks.
No, definitely. I think that Carl was already a very well-rounded brawler with high mobility, pretty decent damage, pretty decent health, an attack that's not easy to avoid, that has some decent range. It was already a really good brawler, but now with that gadget, it just adds more versatility to him and more ways you can engage your opponents and fall back easier. So he's really strong. He's definitely really strong. I definitely understand that ban. I kind of enjoy that ban despite the fact that I'm gonna miss those trick shots we've seen so far. We've seen quite a few with Carl or some insane plays in Brawl Ball especially.
Mhm.
So that makes me sad, but on the other hand, I do understand the decision coming in from makers.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those brawlers that really can kind of 1v3 sometimes in the right situation. So, definitely with the new gadget being able to make those situations happen a little bit more often, it's a very reasonable ban to bring on through. So, with Backyard Bowl as our first map, we should be expecting a lot of long range coming in, if I'm not mistaken, Teddy. Like things like the Brock, very, very popular on this map.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of Brock, Piper, B, Pam as well. Basically, the two main elements of this map are its long range, and there is really good cover for throwers. Sorry, for people with spawners and utility as such. So Pam does really well. Mr. P used to do really well. He's just not very strong right now, so that's why we don't see him much. We've seen him a few times across the last few qualifiers, actually, which surprised me. But I don't really think he's a big threat here. So Pam, Brock, Piper, B. I think those are the 4 picks we have to expect to see here.
Well, we'll see if it's going to come on through. As we get ready to jump on into the finals, I think the players just making sure everything's all fine and dandy, getting ready to jump on in. And I think it's become almost a tradition at this point that we start things off on Brawl Ball. I feel like Brawl Ball is almost always our first map. It's something that every team is going to be comfortable on. It's one of the game modes that I think really displays great team play well, but also really you can, as an individual, have a really, really big impact on the game. So I like that we regularly have Brawl Ball first because it feels like it's a really good meter stick of figuring out where a team is, like how good a team is. You can look at the coordination, you can look at the individual star power, you can look at like how well a team is going to be able to win out just in the individual duels as well. So I feel like, especially on Backyard Bowl, where you have a lot of long range fights going on, you can get a really good gauge of who a team is and how they're going to play across the rest of the series.
Yeah, Brawl Ball also happens to be just the most popular game mode in the game. For multiple reasons, and especially for competitive players. It is also a good game mode to push trophies and ladder because it's quick games. Unlike Gem Grab, where you have to wait for at least 10 gems to spawn, right? You can't just speed run your game. While in Brawl Ball, you can have 20, 30, 40 seconds game. It's all possible, and it's really more up to you than waiting for gems to pop up and stuff like that. So it's a popular game mode in ladder, which obviously a lot of players in those kind of events, they also play a lot of ladder. They push high trophies. They try to reach new records. So I think that's also a big reason we see so much Brawl Ball. Not only is it a super versatile game mode that asks for a lot of different skills and that kind of stuff, it's also just popular. It's fun. You have that trick shot potential and those openings you don't really find in other game modes. So I think it's a lot of fun, and I definitely understand why teams pick this map so much, or this game mode so much.
Yeah, I totally understand it. So we're just gonna wait for the players to start this game off. I feel like we've had a good little bit of chit chat tonight, haven't we, Teddy? I feel like we've got to know each other a little bit more.
I feel like we're getting close to a podcast level between games.
Yeah. Mate, that's my comfort zone. I'm totally okay to just podcast, so I'm totally all right with that one. But yeah, I will say, as much as I do love podcasting, I prefer casting. So fingers crossed we do get some games underway. I'm promising you guys at home, this is going to be a banger of a series. It's really, really hard to predict which team is going to come out on top because there's a few individuals in this game as well that we've seen multiple times, having that, I'm going to refer to it as star power, clutch factor, whatever you want to call it, that when the moment is right, they will just make magic happen. And you can never quite predict what the play is going to be. You can't call what is going to happen. All you know is that there are some players that just know how to find those situations and know how to use and abuse that strength that they have individually.
Well, I'm assuming you're aiming this statement. If you look at the team, so for Makers, it would be probably Lena. Do you have a player where you think this description applies for Spot Harder as well? Like specifically one player?
It's hard to say.
I feel like they were a bit more evenly like spread out.
Yeah, I feel like
you know
with Spot Harder, it's been like there have been those individual moments, but it's been different players bringing out those individual moments across different series. So it's like, whereas you're absolutely right with Makers, it's like Lenan, yeah, he's just insane. It's almost always going to be him that pops off. Apparently, one of the players having a bit of an issue, but hopefully that should be resolved soon, according to them. So we've just been told by production this series should be starting very shortly for you guys. So, but yeah, as you said earlier on in the night, I think Lanan in the conversation for one of the best players in the world. And I think even if you just watched him tonight, you can see a lot of that play echoing in what we've witnessed.
Yeah, I think that what just makes that Luna isn't the best player in the world is just this lack of tier 1 experience, because he's dominating in tier 2. Like, he really is. And there's some other players that have like a similar situation where they are mechanically just as good as it gets right now. Like, insanely good, destroying really good teams and stuff. But he just doesn't really have that experience. I don't think he's made a single monthly final and that kind of stuff. So he's not there quite yet, but he's definitely on his way there. And I've seen him play all kinds of events, and 1v1s is where he shines. He almost never loses 1v1 tournaments. It's insane. Like the amount of consistency in that like clutch and mechanical strength of his is just unbelievable.
It's so ridiculous. It's like you just see these situations where it's like, okay, there's nothing you can do. It's like earlier on, I think it was Lanan that got the ricochet goal where it was like, I had seen the situation. There's two brawlers in between him and the net, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this push is over. He's going to retreat, and we're going to figure out what's next. And he's like, if I angle this just right, if I've figured out the trigonometry correctly, according to Pythagoras' theorem, bouncing it just at this right angle will get me the goal. And it's just like that kind of like 5-head thinking is just, it's so beautiful to witness. And that decision is made in a second as well.
Exactly, because there's two people shooting at him, right? And he's just there like, okay, I gotta get the angle right. If they move a bit forward and there's a small gap there with the bounce and the angle, it's gonna work out. And getting that decision done within like 2 seconds while people are shooting at you and you need to dodge those shots while preparing your angle. When the play happened, I was saying like, oh, he's thinking about going for the trick shot. But in my head, I was thinking he's gonna go for a trick shot that is just gonna be a waste of a super. He proved us otherwise.
Yeah, and then he makes it happen. He's like, okay.
Exactly. Just ridiculous stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to hop into our final spot. Harder against Makers is starting right now, and immediately a good pass from Frustrator. Can that be converted in a goal? It will be.
Oh. Wow, what a way to start things off. And I just want to say, before we properly get into things here, I think Frustrator, he's the guy. He's the one on the side of Spot Harder that can sometimes make that magic happen. We'll see if that... I just wanted to say it before he does it, so I look like a big brain. We'll see if that's going to happen, but, well, maybe it's Adric, because that's 2 goals down, and that's a map for Spot Harder. And I don't know if you remember this, Teddy, but, like, maybe 2 minutes ago, you were saying, yeah, Brawl Ball, really good for pushing ladder, because you can finish games in, like, 30 seconds. Spot Harder are well aware of that. They definitely know how to finish games in 30 seconds, my goodness.
Yeah, they're looking good today. For a second, when you said 2 minutes ago, I thought you were gonna say 2 minutes ago that you predicted that Spot Harder was gonna win, and that you were already bragging about your win.
No, no.
We're not there
That
quite
that
yet.
would be a confident brag right there. That would be really confident. No. I was more just saying like that's the speed at which you can dominate Brawl Ball.
No,
If you want to
absolutely.
climb at home, if you guys want to get trophies, Brawl Ball, figuring out how to play this one well, that's the way forward.
I completely agree. It just you can get such quick games and thus push so many more trophies, per hour if you do the math. It's insane. But Makers, they are having a better start this time. We'll find the 2 first skills, keeping Eric low HP as well. He goes down. The shot goes in.
Way. Oh my god.
I didn't even see the shot. I just saw the ball rolling super slowly towards the end. I didn't see Niso shooting that one.
That was criminal. That was absolutely criminal. There's no way that should have gone in. I can't. Oh my god! Oh, I thought that was going to be the perfect answer. I thought it was going to be a second criminal shot in a row. Nearly was, but it saved in the end.
Yeah, that was a close one. Makers, if they can find another goal here, they can tie things up. Or Lena with some great shots. Stop Rob gets the finish. The goal from Lena makes it 1-1 in this first set. And Munch, I think we got a series.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But also, we've got a speed run on our hands. We're going to go to the full 9 games here, and each of them like at maximum speed, because we've had 2 games now, and each of them took what, like 30 seconds, maximum 60 seconds or something. Like insane stuff coming out from both of the teams, showing that they've got what it takes, showing that they can make these games happen. And now going into game 3, you'd hope that these teams will have a little bit more control, because it felt like game number 1, obviously it was all about Spot Harder just completely dominating. Game number 2, Makers did the exact same thing. So honestly, who knows what's going to happen going into game number 3?
Yeah, what I think is so much fun here is that if you look at Brawl in general, you have 2 approaches. You have the more passive approach, more defensive, waiting for enemies to make mistakes and get into longer fights, slower build-ups as well towards the goal. And then you have the aggressive playstyle, which coincidentally, both teams here play more aggressively in Brawl Ball, which is why we get those crazy quick games, because both teams are taking risks straight off the start, and they get those quick kills, so much action. And honestly, it's a blast to watch because it's going so quick. There's so many great mechanical plays coming in, and I find it super impressive to watch.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's just really great fun to watch teams like this going at it, because they are confident enough to just go for the play and try and make the 1v3 happen, and just try and make something magic happen. So yeah, we'll see what's next in this series, who's going to be able to finish out Brawl Ball in style, whether we just have limitless ties like they did in NA yesterday, or whether we do have these teams closing it out. But also gem grab, we've already seen a 29 gem game earlier on today. It's very possible that we have more of that as well.
Yeah, especially seeing how neck to neck the teams are right now. Sure, we had 2 20 seconds game, but one went the way of a Spot Harder to open things up. The other one went the way of Makers. So who knows if it's going to go back to Stop Harder or if Makers are going to keep it going this time. But look at that damage onto Stop Rob. Eric with the gadget shot is going to find another one as well. And now does manage to find a trade. Some good tags onto Eric too, but he gets taken out.
Frustrator has his work cut out here on the Piper, because Lenan, arguably one of the best Pipers in the world, honestly. Nice little shot coming out from Niso there as well. Frustrator pushed off of the situation, as will Eric B. It's Lenan to get the shot here. Got a charge shot available, but there's 2 players to defend. Stop Rob on the ball now. Trying to push Adri out of this situation. Oh my goodness, and I'm calling Lenan a sniper because of his Piper play. Never mind that. Just when it comes to the ball itself, he's a sniper.
Exactly. Shooting bullets, shooting balls. at the same pace, same precision, just doesn't miss his targets. Once he's looking at an angle, he's gonna hit his shots, and he's showing it over and over again. Looking to close out this first set here, Makers, in what seems to be a bit of a slower game. A good kill from Frustrator, gonna find Lena. Frustrator has a super, gonna go for the shot, and goes in!
Oh, that was beautiful. Eric shoots at Stop Rob at the exact same time. So Stop Rob was the one to try and save it, but he goes down just as the ball is going through. Really nice coordination coming out from Spot Harder there.
Yeah, perfect timing from Spot Harder, playing this together. And that's something I always love to see, when a shot goes in with the ball and then someone gets the kill right as he would have caught the ball. Yeah. Was really just impressive.
Also a shot there from Eric as well to find a pick onto Lena. Stop Rob has to back away. It means that Adri has an opportunity to move up the map and grab some more control for his team, get some good damage down onto Nisso as well. Has his super available to be able to put some zonal pressure down, but he goes down too early, so won't be able to make it happen. But Frustrator has the shot, and he just goes for it. Open goal, and Lenan can't get in the way.
Yeah, Spot Harder, they managed to turn things around. What seemed like a good chance for Makers to take set number 1 is going to end with, I was going to say stop, but it's Spot Harder taking set number 1. That's going to be Brawl going their way. And honestly, I mean, I'm enjoying this one already.
Yeah, this is a good series. This is a really good series. Spot Harder do manage to take the first set, though, which means we now move on to Gem Grab, which I forget which Gem Grab map it was on specifically. Was it Arcade?
Yeah, it was
Crystal Arcade. We got that from production. It's like, you may think that sometimes we have random epiphanies at the same time together. That's because someone in our ears is telling us the answer. Yeah, Crystal Arcade next for Gem Grab. And I really hope that this goes the full 3 as well. And I hope that Makers take it at the end so we can go the distance in this final. Because it is the last final of the open qualifiers. Like, the first map has been amazing. Let's just see more of that.
Yeah, exactly. And Crystal Arcade is definitely going to be a good arena to get that next, those next few encounters. Regarding the predictions for the Brawlers, I would love to see some more Sprout. I feel like we haven't seen them much in the last few matches. We've seen it a lot around the beginning and the middle, but the last semifinals and so we didn't really see him much. So I'd love to see some Sprout. Probably something like Tara could come in as well, or Jean or Piper. There's a lot of possibilities. I think that if Spot Harder are smart, or I mean, you know, lucky mostly, they could go for a Sprout in mid, hoping that Lena is going for a Piper. That would be what I think would be the big brain play to do here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that kind of strategy working out for them. But I do think that this is the kind of situation where we could see multiple strategies over the course of the set, where it's like, okay, game number 1, we come in with XYZ. Okay, that didn't work out. They had a counter. They had it figured out. Okay, now let's go to ABC instead. Let's change the pace, change how it goes. I mean, we've had a record number of Mortis games across the course of today, for example. Like, we've seen some shenanigans. I'm ready for more shenanigans, especially in the final, because it takes some confidence to bring that kind of thing out in the final. But confidence is what these two teams are oozing with every play they make. So I believe that we could have some really interesting strategies coming on through, but we'll have to wait and see as we head towards Gem Grab. And the players obviously just figuring out how they want to approach this one as we move towards the second set here in our final. And remember, at home, this is best of 3. It's like best of 3 of best of 3. So if you can win 2 of these sets, you're going to take the final and take the match. So Makers now, they are against the ropes. If Spot Harder can get 2 more games, it's going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been already close in Brawl Ball. I'm expecting similar stuff in Gem Grab. And I mean, Crystal Arcade is a really nice map to do it. I feel like we haven't watched it much today. I think we had 1 match with Crystal Arcade, if I can recall.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we certainly did have 1 match. I think it was just that one. So I'm looking forward to watching some more. We've had a lot of Minecart Madness today, to be honest.
Yeah, we have actually, haven't we? Which I'm never going to complain about. Minecart Madness is hilarious. When a player gets so wrapped up in the 1v1 and doesn't realize the minecart is coming, I don't think that's ever going to get old to me. I just can watch that all day long. It's so funny every time. But yeah, sorry, go on.
No, you go on.
No, we'll have a polite off. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're not on Minecart Madness. We're on Crystal Arcade. So let's get this underway. Spot Harder with the advantage in the series here. We'll see if they can finish things off against Makers. Not pushed away from the situation. Andrew on the surge, but taken down just as he goes for his up.
Yeah, we have two Pipers in the middle.
Oh, trade of Pipers, though. We now have no Pipers in the middle.
I do have to give some respect to Frustrator to go for Piper, knowing that he is 90% chance gonna face another Piper on Lena that happens to be probably the best Piper in the world, or at least top 3 in the world. So honestly, the man got confidence, you know, getting into that duel. I'm thinking I can win it. That's pretty insane.
Let's be honest, that's how you make the name for yourself, right? Frustrator isn't going to be the kind of guy that's like, yeah, Lenon's just better than me. He's going to be the kind of guy that's like, I'm going to prove that I'm the better Piper. And this is the kind of series where he can start to make that argument for himself. He's now on 7 gems. It's going to be 4 over on the side of Makers. They're not on the scoreboard, but they're on the map. You can see him picked up now by Lenon. Let's see who can take control of mid. This is very much just a long-range poke battle, and almost all terrain is gone at this point.
Yeah, the gems spawning very centered right now. Gonna make it a bit harder for Frustrator to pick them up, and that means that Lenon manages to tie things up gem-wise, getting up to 8 gems now. Adri is mid HP, gets stacked furthermore here. Frustrator is low as well, needs to be careful for any incoming Piper gadgets, but they are going to be trading some shots there. We don't have any kills just yet. The pace slowing down right now.
Look at the coordination for these teams, though. The way that they move forward as a team and move backward as a team. If health bars start to get low, the whole squad reacts appropriately. Frustrator with 10 gems now. Makers would need to get 2, but that's perfectly possible to tie this one up. But only in the next 3 seconds, they are going to be able to get it, but my goodness, they played that one close to the wire.
Absolutely. We do have a countdown going the way of Makers now. That means that Spot Harder, they need to pick up that next gem. Will do so successfully. But Adri is quite low HP. Needs to be careful. He is going aggressive against Niso. Finds the kill.
Okay, 1 for 1 here. Countdown starts. If Frustrator could grab another gem here, I think we're able to go for the countdown, but he can't actually find himself the advantage. Remember earlier when I said I could believe that we'll have another 29 gem game today? We're 5 gems away right now, so let's wait and see. Oh, Lenon down to 400. Adri can't quite close the gap to finish him off, but he will be able to grab the gems and start the countdown. 2 away. The next one will spawn still, so Makers will be able to deny the countdown in just a moment. In fact, they find a countdown of their own because they got a kill. Stop Rob goes down. Lenon 1 shot away if Frustrator can find the target, but will heal up just a little bit. A good bit of damage coming down to him, though. And this is as close as they come, honestly.
Ooh, the supers to jump away.
That's the last gem as well. That's all 29 right now in favor of Spot Harder, but they only need the 15. Frustrator walking away with this one. 5 seconds on the clock here. Doesn't have a super, but he's out of range. This is going to be Spot Harder taking the first map.
Yeah, what a game here from Spot Harder. That was a really close one. I had no clue at some point whose way it would go, and it seems like so far as a pattern, as a trend, it seems like the team that picks up that 15 gem first, or like the 29 gem of the total gems, manages to close it out most of the time. But yeah, honestly, played flawlessly by Spot Harder. I love how Makers had mid control when the last gem spawned, but Spot Harder applied so much pressure around the gem that Makers just couldn't go pick it up. And in the end, Spot Harders, they found it, they found the game, and now they're at match point munch. 1 game away from being the champions of this week's qualifiers.
Yeah, and shout out to Adri there as well, because even though it was Frustrator holding the gems, it was Adri that jumped forward on the surge and was like, look, I'm going to get in their face, force them to deal with me so that they can't just go for the gems. And this is what the map is meant to look like when you start things off. And it's amazing how quickly it turns into just an open game field, especially with the Brock's new gadget in play here. Eric moving forwards will destroy a little bit more of that terrain. Well, has some grass to hide behind at very least. Oh, that's a good shot onto Frustrator there. Just doesn't miss, honestly. Stop Rob moves forward, finds one onto Adri as well. Frustrator finds himself alone, but finds himself in a 1v1 with shots like that, Lenan. Still full health, but one or two shots would do the trick here. He's going to move on in. Super's available for both players. Down goes the grass on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Makers, they have a slight gem lead. Lenan gonna try to pick up some more here. He's not gonna go for that last one. Surprising to see Lenan play it a bit safer, not taking those risks you usually see him do, but it makes sense, right? Spot Harder, they are at match point. If they win this one, if Makers make a big mistake, they can lose the finals right here, right now. But Makers, they play it safe. It's working out as they pick up that countdown.
I don't know if there's much of a way to close this one for the side of Spot Harder. I don't think they can get in near enough. Frustrator has to use his super just to get in range, but one shot on each of them isn't enough. A shot from Adri would do the trick, but he's not going to be able to find it. And that means that we do go to the full 3 games here on Crystal Arcade. One apiece, and Makers still against the ropes in terms of the series, but now they're just one game away from resetting that and evening things up, and we'd move over to Bounty.
I mean, so far, we have 2 sets, 6 games total. That's 3 per set. That's as many as we want to see, right? Oh, I'm sorry for giving you the speech.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, this is optimal right now in terms of getting high quality games and lots of them. And for a fully optimal series, we'd love to see Makers winning this one out so that we can go to that final map and have a full series on our hands. But either way, it's going to be Adri taken out on the left of the map. Everybody's incredibly low, but they've got a bit of cover to work with, so they're all right. Mr. Nisso alone, 1v2 right here. And Eric, he's not fussed about aiming at long range. He wants a point-blank rocket to finish off the kill. And that takes a huge chunk there from Frustrator. Great rocket out of Eric as well to finish off the kill. Stop Rob stepping forwards to try put some pressure onto Frustrator, and alongside Mr. Nisso does manage to do it. Jeb's going to be left on the floor because they want Frustrator to be the one holding.
Yeah, so far we have a very close game once again. Spot Harder do have the advantage now. Quite a convincing gem lead, actually. They only need one more. The one that's already on the map is way too far. No chance Frustrator runs all the way till there for just 1 gem. But if another one spawns close enough to them, they might get that countdown. So far, 2 in a row spawning on MKer's side of things. Can they pick one up here, Spot Harder?
That'll be the question. A bit of cover going to be annihilated there. Eric is low, but he's starting to heal up once again. I think the gadgets have gone from both Eric and Nisso at this point in the game. Just die without any gadgets regardless here. A lot of gems just on the floor. I'm not sure how many exactly are in play right now, but Spot Harder could do with just managing to get control. It's not going to happen right here. Makers, they could turn this one. Oh my goodness, the rockets come on in. Super going to be used. Frustrator trying to close the gap with his own super, but he can't get in. The shots come in. 11 gems now for Makers. There aren't enough on the map just to stop the countdown alone. They've got to find some kills. Spot Harder with 10 seconds on the clock have got to close this one out if they want to just end the series. But you can see Lenan is just miles away on the other side of the map. Stop Rob stops them in their tracks, and Makers, they push us to 3 full sets.
My Lenan, when we need to see him, he comes out of nowhere, finds 2 kills, gets the last player down to 400 HP. How good is that guy? It's unbelievable.
It's actually ridiculous, isn't it? It's just a pleasure to watch. I feel privileged being able to see this kind of gameplay. And what a final we have. Full 6 games out of 6 so far. We're now going on to Bounty as well. And guess what? The map we've got for Bounty, if I remember correctly, is the Canyon. I forget the exact name, but the one
Shooting
where
Star.
it's it's Shooting Star. It's not even the one I thought it was. So
I was
never
thinking
mind.
the
I
Canyon
retract
one
my
is in
statement.
Heist.
Well,
So,
that's not. I'm
close
thinking of a
enough.
Bounty map. I just don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the
No,
what it's
I know.
called.
I feel you, bro. I really do. But one thing I do want to point out before we get into this final set is that despite us seeing all the shiny plays coming through by Luna on Maker's side of things, his teammates are the reason he can go for those plays because they give him the space he needs to shine, to pop off, and they put him in an ideal environment and setting to make those plays happen. And that only comes because they win their lanes, they play it well, and they know how to make Luna shine as an individual star player. So big props to them because we may not, say their names as much or give them as much of the spotlight, but in behind the scenes, they make that Luna can do those plays.
Yeah, that's the key thing, especially when you've got like a Piper player as your star player. You've got to have a lot of support there. You've got to have a lot of work done to be able to allow that player to shine. And that's exactly what Makers have managed to figure out the formula for. Here we go, though. This will be the map on which we decide this final. So far, it was Spot Harder that started the series more aggressively. And now we're kind of even once more. We'll see how it's going to pan out.
I think Makers might have a big advantage here because I really love the Nani totem combination with the totem from Bo, where he can cycle those supers without taking any risks. But with a Brock on the other team, he can easily destroy those walls. Niso, he has a third gadget. If he wants to, he can take this one down as well. He's gonna do just that, meaning now there's no gadget left and that bow is basically useless. I mean, he is gonna find a kill right now, but on the long run, I don't see too much coming in from him.
Lenan finds yet another snipe as well, and he's moving in. He wants some more. Has to use his super defensively just to escape there, and barely escapes with his life. Actually, just looking for some shots to try and build that super once again, because the super is really, it's what this one is all about. You can see it going on in, but goes a little bit wide of the target.
Ooh, that was a close one, but no more bow gadget, no more totem coming in to reload that super from Adri, meaning they need to go for some fair fights here. They do have a 2-star lead, so Makers are the ones that need to push up. They will have to take into account those mines on the left lane. It seems like they haven't forgotten them just yet, so all good on that end, but they need a kill here. Any kill will be enough to at least get a tie, and if they find Frustrator or Eric, that's enough for the win, but an important kill and then gets stunned as well, and it's looking like Spot Harder somehow, despite the difficult start, they manage to run away with the win, and that means that they are at match point now. All they need is one more win to go to the next round. To win the
to win the whole finals. Fantastic stuff coming out here from Spot Harder. Really confident win as well. That felt like we were talking about how the composition should match up, and obviously the gadgets were used early, and it felt like without the totems, maybe this would be a struggle. And then Spot Harder are like, all right, well, the totem game plan's out of the window. Let's just fight them. Let's just take them on head on, and manage to do it. And in the end, that final firefight, it was 3-0 in favor of Spot Harder. They just won straight up against Makers. So now back to the drawing board for Makers once more. And I feel like that's been the story of this series. I feel like Makers lost the first game in all 3 maps, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too, actually. I think so too. What I think here was really interesting is that if you look at the comps, Makers had a massive advantage because those totems, they were not gonna last because that Brock counters them so strongly. I think on Spot Harder's side of things, it was a big mistake bringing in the bow here with Sinani, because I don't see a universe where it would have worked out. But look, they're doing the same once again. Maybe I don't know anything about this game because this is not what I would have gone for. But They are the ones in the finals, not me. Let's see if this is gonna work out once again. Adri gonna make sure that Niso stays away, but he's gonna gadget that totem away. Adri gets a super, and that means that now he almost has a guaranteed kill.
As the kill coming on through, that's going to be 2 in favor of Adri now. And 2-1 on the scoreboard. Makers, they've got all of the pressure on them right now. They're the ones that have to make this work for their team. Oh, Adri tried to block the shot there, but couldn't quite do it. Doesn't matter, though, because the rocket comes through from Fusterator. It's a nice little snipe coming out from Spot Rock with his own super here. Answered with a couple of arrows, though, or I guess rockets, if you want to be technical about it. But another super coming on in, and that's going to be 2 kills coming on through. 10-6 now on the scoreboard.
Spot Harder, they're closing things out slowly but surely. And Makers, they just can't answer to that Bow Nani comp. Not so sure how this is working out for Spot Harder, but they are showing that it is. Lena low HP gets melted down once again. And so far, it's only blue kills on the feed. Stop Rob, low HP once again. Gonna get taken out by Adri. And Adri has 5 stars to his name. Same goes for Frustrator. Good tag there, but it's not enough to find a kill. And Munch, I think we are looking at our winners of this week's qualifiers.
Yeah, there are 13 stars available, which is technically enough if Makers were able to kill all 3, but it's just not happening, is it? It's already over. Spot Harder, they have absolutely crushed the final set in this series, and my goodness, what a way to do it. Spot Harder, they are going to be your EU qualifier number 3 champions here, winning out the finals against Makers. But wow, full 8 games here in the final. What a way to close out the stream for today. That was an absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, super fun games. And just to go back earlier, you got your prediction right, Munch. And the fact that we both predicted different, the 2 teams to win, really translated through the scoreboard here, where we had an extremely close game, where both teams had some really good sets, but Spot Harder gonna be slightly better. Munch, just seen it happen. He is the expert in Brawl Stars. Uncontested tonight.
I had a man on the inside. The king always knows. He told me who was going to win, so I was technically cheating. But yeah, in the end, it is going to be Spot Harder that managed to take this one. And what a way to do it as well. 2-1 in the finals. This is our final bracket at the end of the day. And Spot Harder, they didn't exactly have the easiest run either. We saw their series at the start of the day against Vegas, and that was a damn close series. Then Outsiders, then Outplayed, and then Makers to finish it off. It was a turbulent run for them, but they managed to close it out. Their quarterfinals and semifinals, they did look incredibly convincing though. So really, really impressed by Spot Harder across today. And I'm curious what's next for this team as we move to... They have now qualified for the finals. It is going to be Tribe, Makers, and Spot Harder as our top 3 from Europe moving into our finals.
Exactly. And if you guys enjoyed this match, you can already know they will be playing against each other most likely again in the playoffs. So expect more of this kind of matches coming into the playoffs. I think this was an absolute blast of a match, an absolute blast of a day, man. We had so many insane trick shots, snipes, crazy goals.
Honestly.
We had everything today, clutch after clutch, insane individual performances, and this is what we like in Brawl Stars. This is what we want to see in Brawl Stars. And with that being said, Munchables, do you have any closing words for today's performance?
I mean, I just got a couple of shout outs we've got to do before we close out the stream, but you're absolutely right. If anyone can edit videos at home, make a montage of today, because we've had some insane moments. But yeah, we do have the last chance qualifiers coming up. So if you play Brawl Stars at home, if you want to get involved, sign up now. The link is in the Discord, I believe. You can join the Discord at discord.gg/BrawlMasters, spelled exactly like it is there, MSTRS, BrawlMSTRS. Join us on the Discord. Join the Twitter as well, at BrawlMSTRS. Get involved on all of the social media, get in the conversation, but most importantly, sign up to the open qualifiers. You could make it to playoffs too if you can beat some of these teams, so make sure you get involved. Teddy, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, as it always is. It's been an absolute stonker of a day, and I think you said pretty much everything that needs to be said. You had a beautiful little speech towards the end of the show, so thank you very much for joining me as always, and everyone at home, thank you for joining us for these insane games today. And until next time, we'll see you guys in the open qualifiers.
See you guys next week.